shaken yet standing firm.
I was not built to break.
This is Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Oh, I think they're doing a great job. A lot of them are.
Good afternoon, Dwayne. How are you?
Not too bad, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Radio Cayman's Talk Today with Sterling Dwayne Ebanks.
But I do have some questions.
There are more questions than answers.
Radio Cayman's Talk Today. If you're ready to talk, we're willing to listen.
Well, I really enjoy this program today.
Cayman Islands' foremost listeners participation program.
May God bless every person.
Hey, good afternoon and welcome. I trust that you're doing the best you can to put a good foot forward, and then in everything you do, try to bring some joy to others. It's going to be this open line until 1 o'clock, and then we'll have a chance to talk about Child Month. And of course, the press briefing scheduled for today at 2, so we'll take that to you then. Until then, let's have some open line and hear from you. Stay tuned for Talk Today.
Talk Today is brought to you by Fidelity Bank. For all your banking needs, visit fidelitygroup.com. Fidelity, we're good for you.
Also brought to you by greenturtle.ky. Take a ride on the Green Turtle Express today. Download the Green Turtle app. The future of mobile. Saving lives today. Radio Cayman's Talk Today, the Cayman Islands' foremost listeners participation program. We ask our listeners to avoid statements or comments which are abusive, derogatory, malicious, or defamatory. Do not use any indecent language or make any statement which is false or misleading. Email talktoday@candw.ky or call 1-800-534-8255. Courtesy of Flow.
Cayman's #1 network that connects you to your world like never before.
Let your voice be heard. Once again, here's your host, Sterling Dwayne Ebanks.
Hey, good afternoon and welcome, and thank you so much for joining us as we invite you to share your thoughts. 1-800-534-8255. It's a toll-free call, and if you can't access that, well, hey, always good to have options. 949-8037. And if you want to WhatsApp, well, 925-3261. Either way, send your thoughts to us. And when you can, hey, we'll go and glad to hear from you as we invite you, want you, encourage you. In fact, it's absolutely essential that you share with us so that the wider public understands, one, there are people thinking and talking and asking and contributing, and two, they themselves feel encouraged, motivated, perhaps even to the point where they no longer feel alone. Many times when you hear someone else say something, you may be inspired to say, hey, I was thinking that too. Or you know what? Here's something else I was thinking. It's only through that you get a semblance of a very healthy democracy, that you get a sense that togetherness, that sense of people acting, not just in unison, but with that united front, that they want to move things forward so that they can, not just empower and encourage, but enable others to realize that this too shall pass, that in these times, even now, whether you call it a pandemic, whether you call it a pandemic, whether you call it just the most unfortunate occurrence, however you see it, there's always an impact. And if we can find, as best as we can, even if we have to look really, really hard to find good in something, that silver lining in that dark cloud, well, let's hear from you. Your story doesn't have to be necessarily positive, just truthful. It doesn't have to be encouraging, just engaging. But of course, I always liked the former. So 949-8037 or 1-800-534-8255. It's been a challenging time for all of us, and even so for those who may, for different reasons, feel a bit exposed, perhaps feel ever more vulnerable than they ever have, or who feel that, a sense of hopelessness, a sense that, what's the point? Well, we can't give up. We have to press on. We can't, as they share, believe that just because it's the final game of the final season, the next season mightn't be better. Not because we'll get a new team or we'll practice harder or we might just be able to gel more as players, but just because it hasn't come yet. So with that sense of expectation, the good is yet to come. 949-8037 or 1-800-534-8255. I was wrestling with a number of thoughts, a number of comments that were shared with us since yesterday, and not just in light of the conversation yesterday, but all that's been transpiring. The fact that so many of our listeners, and this is something that I think too many times, too many of us in positions of leadership, as parents, sometimes as politicians, sometimes as the principals, whether that is the principal in the school or the principal in the organization, that key person, we somehow dismiss the insight, the intellect of those around us, the sense of inquiry that many have, and increasingly the abilities of people to be able to engage each other across the globe, to be able to, despite the physical distancing, as one person said, do you recognize how the narrative keeps changing? Now, thankfully, he said, we should be very mindful. And he says, I know when speaking to me, he said specifically, words have a particular meaning and connotation. But as people, we like to engage. So being socially apart is challenging. We just need to be, for what we're told, a little bit further apart physically. But he shared, it isn't that we should accept things blindly, and especially if it's a democracy, don't let people in position, whether we have put them there through some election process, whether we have appointed them for a term of office, whatever that may be, or whether they have somehow managed to find themselves in that position, public or private. That we need to contribute, we need to question, we just always need to do so in a manner that informs and propels us in a better direction. Now, some of you are very much inclined to look at the weather and to see, anxiously when the reports come out about the hurricane season and the proposals, and that is exciting to you. Others, it's bodes in a sense of herod trepidation and the like. And for the rest of us, it's just another hurricane season. But in this particular time, I don't think that anybody within the Caribbean region in particular would say that, because it's not ordinary. We're inside and probably feel constrained as to how we would be able to make adequate preparations. If we could, would we be able to get the necessary supplies? What if something unfortunate was to happen? How would we be able to respond? We survive, but would we be able to recover sufficiently and quickly as would be the expected norm? And then beyond that, what is the whole issue with respect to the pricing of resources or food and other resources? So those are some of the things that maybe we can engage and perhaps be encouraged by the sentiments that there are so many others right here, right within our own sort of three islands that have so much to contribute, have so much knowledge, so much experience, so much expertise, so much education, not just because they have it on paper, but because they have it, as we said, good old-fashioned common sense. So we encourage and invite you to give us a shout. We're going to pause, take the first break. It's going to be some open line. Take advantage of the opportunity. Remember, the press briefing is scheduled for 2 p.m. today. And when it happens, we'll take you there. 949-8037 or 1-800-534-8255. Stay tuned for Talk Today.
Shopping online and picking up your purchases are now available at A.L. Thompson's. We offer goods that you need now for your home and yard.
Visit our website for details and register to shop. Currently, we sell only the items that are on the website, but we'll add products regularly and frequently to meet your needs. You could pay for your order by debit card, credit card, and store accounts, and then can drive in and pick up your purchases. We hope that you will enjoy shopping online at althompson.com. Please remain healthy and safe.
At Seaboard Marine, customers often ask us questions about their shipments.
Hi, I'm thinking of buying a car from the States. Which port do you ship out of?
Hi, we ship out of Miami, Houston, and Brooklyn. Just let us know your port of choice and we can provide you with a quotation and answer any questions you may have on insuring and protecting your vehicle during its journey.
Shipping shore to shore, Seaboard.
International Lighting, S Plaza, North Songway, is now open for delivery Monday to Saturday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. In addition to light fixtures, ceiling fans, rugs, sheet sets, and household items, International Lighting now has a selection of masks, alcohol, and gloves for sale. For delivery, please call 945-7121, 916-8211, 916-3553, or 949-5141.
Would you like to cancel a work permit that was submitted before or during COVID-19? Are your PR fees due soon and unsure what to do? Want to know the status of a submitted work permit? Email workadministration@gov.ky today. That's WORCadministration@gov.ky, or visit www.workworc.ky today.
Hello, Cayman. I'm Quincy Brown. Anybody else getting mixed up with all these new coronavirus terms? Me too. But guess what? I've watched the press conferences and I've read the press releases and I've seen all the social media posts. Look here, I can help you out. Shelter in place. Stay home. Stay out of Johnny Public. Una got it now? If Una want to stay up to the time with what's going on, there's only one place for the real information: the Cayman Islands government. Visit gov.ky/coronavirus. Now remember, keep washing your hands, keep following the rules, and keep taking care of each other. Saving lives is Caymankind.
Talk today. But I do have some questions. Talk today.
Cayman Islands' foremost listeners participation program.
Talk today.
Because there are more questions than answers.
What the public is saying.
Waiting to take your calls right now. Sterling Dwayne Ebanks.
And good afternoon. Welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us today. I must share that someone wants to look at today and say, wow, it's only Wednesday? I thought it was December. Well, if that's how you're feeling, you know, that was the other conversation I had a few days ago, yesterday, and even early today, where people are sort of have to be reminded and have to sometimes very consciously remind themselves that, hey, what day is it? And how long has it been? And unfortunately, I reached out to someone with that in mind, and unfortunately, the person shared, listen, you know, this is one of the challenges that we're facing, and it's probably a very deliberate choice of words. You know, words like, you know, being locked down, how strong, you know, inferences, and can impact people in a very profound way. To be released, you know, words like that, you know, you relate to making you feel like you're some sort of, you know, less than human, or you know, required to be, you know, subjected to rigorous controls. Let's go to our phones though. Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for calling.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you today?
Oh, not too bad, thanks. I just need some clarification and confirmation. People who had work permits approved and they are on island and they lost all of this time now from the 26th of March, I think it was, up until now. We would like to know if government is going to give us that time back, and we should not have to pay to reapply for that time, for the time they're off. That period should be waived, and the time whenever they would be able to start work again when this coronavirus curfew is over, if it ever will be. We need to know whether we will be given that the time that they were off, whether that period of time would be waived, and they will give you that same time back when the curfew is lifted.
As I listen to you, perhaps let me just, if you have a second, engage you for a second. So a person, for instance, who's employed with someone else, maybe a business that isn't working, maybe it's your gardener, handyman, your nanny, your car washer, whatever it is, that person who isn't working for that period of time, you just want to make sure two things. You're suggesting or questioning whether that credit for that period of time should be refunded or credited?
Well, not so much that the money would be refunded.
Or credited back?
I read their thing online, and it was saying that, somebody had 6 months left on their work permit. Well, you're not going to have 6 months left on a temporary work permit that was only for 3 months. So you would be losing. I lost over 2.5 months nearly on a temporary one for 3 months. So, and then I saw that where people had applied for one before and it was approved, and the people could not leave their country to come here because of this thing starting now, they would have to pay another $200 to reapply, and I don't think that's fair. That's unfair.
Well, I mean, I hear you, and that's certainly a justifiable argument.
Work should be waiving the application fees for when people put these things back in to say, well, okay, I would like to have this time back without having to pay again because I already paid for time that I never got, which is not their fault, not my fault, but the devil's fault is all I can say.
Yeah, and we do have another caller, so I want to call to respectfully give us a second. But let me engage you. If you went to the movies or to church and you got there late, you missed the first part of it, right?
Listen, Dwayne, that is that's a different story. That is completely different from this.
No, I hear you, and why I was asking to engage you. And then secondly, I mean, on one hand, and if people are, for whatever reason, understand no fault to their own, my genuine concern is everybody's safe. And secondly, that they start thinking and asking questions and stop accepting things blindly and stupidly. But beyond that, if you have this context where people have no work and they're here, should they do, the government that is, make even a more concerted effort to help people to get back to their countries so they can be with their families and perhaps be safer and, maybe even better off?
Well, that part of it is true. But then when you need them here, and then he's saying he don't want to send them back either, but to come back, for them to have to come back and not knowing, to the unknown, for them to go away and come back would even be worse. But then this one in Jamaica, he is saying that they have to apply to him for him to give them permission to come back. And I mean, any prime minister or whatever he is of his country, he is supposed to accept his people back.
Well, that's a story in and of itself, because I be honest with you, those of us that have friends and family who are close connected to Jamaica would recognize how some of them are being, in their minds, made to feel like their country doesn't want them, and that must be challenging, man. And then how difficult it would seem to get back, having to fill out forms online, where sometimes it may be difficult for them to do so, pay for their own isolation to some extent. It must be a challenging time, and it probably tells them.
I am hoping to get some answer to my question, because I called 2 numbers there about 6 different times over a period of 3 days, and nobody answers the phone. It rings a few times, and they must be just shut it off, because you don't hear it drop down, and you don't know voicemail comes on, and half the time they don't listen to voicemails or return the calls anyway.
Well, it's probably that they've got so many calls. Yours is probably one of 20,000 probably that they're fielding. So, but I hear you. But
I wrote one email before this even happened, waiting to get the temporary work permit, because they don't even put them in the mail anymore. They send them on your email, and I have not got an answer to that letter to this day.
All right. Well, keep pressing on. I'll make a note and see if through this vein we can find some answer. But so much from government and very little from the private sector. All right. Hey, thanks very much, Mom. Thanks very much.
All right. Well, thank you too. But I hope you understood my question.
No, very much, and I'm grateful that you allowed me to engage you for a second, because you're one of those stalwarts. So thank you. Be safe, okay? Take care of yourself.
All right. Thanks.
Okay. Well, let's gladly take some more calls. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Dwayne. How are you?
Very thankful, ma'am. And yourself?
Thankful. Thankful to be alive. Thankful to the good Lord, because that's who open our eyes each day and say, now you can get up. So, so I'm thankful. Dwayne, you wasn't on yesterday, so we missed you. Not that Mr. Singh didn't do a good job, but we still miss you when you're not there.
Thank you.
We depend on hearing West Bay voice too. You see, that's what happened. I kind of prejudice about that.
No. You just have, we all are allowed to have our favorites.
Yeah. But this is my opinion. Now that we're on the, this curfew shutdown and whatnot, those in tourism department that is not working, or any other department that is not working and stuff like that. I think that we should start, because one day we're going to get back tourism, but then we don't have our Caymanian stream. So the hotels, especially the hotel chains that we have here in the island, can slap us in the face again. They're not trained. And I know that they have quite a few of their staff still here, because I see them walking. And I'm wondering if they are taking care of them, or they another set that have to go to our government for support. But get back to my point. Why not start training some of our people that want to be, I know I sound like a broken record, but that's all I've ever been in my working life, in tourism. And so is Peter. But to start training our Caymanians, and then when all of these work permits start to come in and things like that, we can say we have Caymanian stream. After all, this is our island, and some of those people that they're bringing in, especially for the hotels, they do not know anything at all about Cayman, or the Cayman Islands, I should say, because it's three of us. And they can't, all they cater to is the tourists are there, but they cannot help them. They cannot help them to, different things about Cayman, to talk about Cayman, and on and on. Then another thing I noticed, yesterday was my day for doing little errands and then come back home. I noticed that some of the restaurants that are closed up, they look totally abandoned. They're not cleaning their surroundings. The bush is growing up, and some of them are right on the road. It's no work going on, even say, getting all that bush from around the place and all of that. I know I'll get a kickback about it, but that's my opinion, and I am entitled to my opinion. I'm a sixth generation Caymanian. I didn't come here yesterday, so that is why I'm saying these things, and we need to take care of our people first, Caymanians first, and then we got to hire sometimes people to take care of our loved ones. Well, if they're here and taking care of our people or children or whatever the case may be, we need to treat them right, because remember, a lot of them, especially Jamaica, Honduras, and Nicaragua, and places like that, we had to go abroad, not we ourselves, but our forefathers, to look work in their country. So they need to be treated right and not to just lay them off and then forget about them, and then when you need them again, then we grab them up again, because that is also happening. I know it is because they tell me. Then I think that the Department of Environment, Health, need to look at some of the places or whoever is responsible. Maybe I'm wrong in saying this, but need to look at some of the places that are for rental. They're deplorable, and they're charging people $5, $6, $7, up to $900 for a little room, and they're deplorable. All you can see is electrical cords and stuff. And this not happening yesterday or last week. This been happening for years. Now it's come back to slap us in the face. Anyway, you might have another caller. Yes. I thank you for listening, and take care of yourself, your
God
family,
bless,
and hello to Radio Cayman.
And they say hello, Cayman Bragg. Thank you very much, ma'am. And as we go to a break, we ask respectfully for our callers to stay on. We'll join you right after. And from Miss Charlene, she wants us to extend a very happy, special, birthday greetings to her sister, Miss Marlene. So even in this time, we can celebrate and see the love of sisters. Stay tuned for Talk Today.
Social distancing is crucial for our community to get back to normal. And never before has communication been so crucial. Keeping in touch with family, friends, and up-to-date requires you to stay in touch. Green Turtle offers the solution for both. Download the Green Turtle app now. Top up yours or a loved one's phone with any mobile carrier in any destination in Cayman. Phones delivered to your home, and with the new rewards program, you can even redeem points towards a new phone and other products. Download the Green Turtle app today. Green Turtle is not only the future of mobile, but today. It can help save a life. Hashtag Stay Home Cayman. Take a ride on the Green Turtle Express today. Download the Green Turtle app. The future of mobile, saving lives today.
Hi, I'm remodeling our bathroom. I have a few questions.
Sure.
What are some ideas to make my bathroom feel larger? How do I know if I'm picking the right vanity? How do I choose a new toilet or a new countertop? Also, the lighting is terrible. Can I put a window or a skylight? And do I really need an exhaust fan?
You've come to the right place. At Brand Source, we custom design kitchen and baths, and our talented design team can help answer your questions. Whether you're looking for a modern, functional family bathroom or a luxurious personal retreat, we'll help create that beautiful space that makes your home yours. And if you're in a rush for a new look and have a limited budget, our ready-to-install bathroom vanities built with solid wood and countertops of the finest materials are a quick and easy remodeling solution.
For the very best in custom-designed kitchens and baths, visit Brand Source Home Gallery on Dorsey Drive, Industrial Park, Cayman's Kitchen and Bath Center.
Fluff and Fold in Camana Bay is open. You've been carrying a heavy load for some time. Take a break and let Fluff and Fold carry the load. Dry cleaning and wash and fold laundry service with all necessary measures to ensure the safety of our staff and customers. Contact free pickup and drop off at their Camana Bay location. Give yourself a little bit of freedom. Fluff and Fold in Camana Bay. Open 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Saturday.
For more information, call Fluff and Fold at 943-5833.
This is a public service announcement from your Radio Cayman, your community radio station. Here are some coronavirus prevention tips.
Home isolation means staying indoors and completely avoiding contact with other people. You need to do this if you have symptoms of COVID-19. If you are practicing home isolation, you should stay in a well-ventilated room with a window to outside that can be opened separate from other people in your home. Keep the door closed and use a separate bathroom from the rest of the household, if available. If you have to share these facilities, regular sterilization will be required. Consider drawing up a bathroom schedule for washing or bathing and have the isolated person using the facilities last.
For the latest updates and information, please visit hsa.ky/public-health/coronavirus or gov.ky/coronavirus.
These are stressful times. We can all use a little break from the stress.
I got ice cream for you.
Did you know, according to Science Times, eating ice cream in moderation can help reduce stress? You're not dreaming. You heard correct. Ladies, gentlemen, and kids alike, Cayman Ice Cream is here to save your day. With home delivery of the best homemade ice cream on the island. Quality assurance guaranteed. $10 half-gallon tubs of crepe nut, rum and raisin, vanilla, cookies and cream, banana, strawberry, and Guinness. Call 323-0861 to place your Cayman Ice Cream order now and feel the stress melt away. Indulge in your dreams today. Cayman Ice Cream, 323-0861.
Cayman Ice Dream is also available in all supermarkets.
Talk today.
But I do have some questions.
Talk today.
Cayman Islands' foremost listeners' participation program.
Talk today.
Because there are more questions than answers.
What the public is saying.
Waiting to take your calls right now. Sterling Dwayne Ebanks.
Hey, good afternoon and welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us as we have some open line and a couple of calls. Let's go to our phones. Good afternoon. Welcome. Thank you for calling.
How are you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm wonderful. I'm symptom-free. I don't know what that means, but I'm happy for it. Because even if I have it, I'm glad I don't have any symptoms. And, well, that means I would have immunity.
Boy. You have to wonder sometimes.
Yeah.
We don't have to wonder.
I was listening to you earlier, making reference to people who were talking about being locked down, and it seemed like people were, sort of upset about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think we should. I don't think we should overstress ourselves, because the truth of the matter is that there's very little we can do about it. If we choose to go back out and undo all of the progress that we've made, that would be a disaster. I would ask people to consider that if every single person in the Cayman Islands had followed the rules perfectly from the beginning, I venture to say that we would be about where Little Cayman is today, or where Cayman Brac is.
But why is it that we're able to do it over there, but for some reason we're not doing it over here?
Because there's been a little back and forth. I don't know how close attention you've been paying to the press briefings, but sometimes Wendy and Dr. Lee kind of went back and forth on some numbers about whether it was 7, 12, or 15 persons who had it from an unknown source. Remember that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the problem. That number right there. Because if you don't know where it came from, that means that at least 15 other people out there have it. And statistically, the way they look at the numbers, if 15 people have it, 10 times 15 have it.
Yeah.
Well, what that means is that is that we're not in a position to just like open back up and not know where those persons are, because that's like striking a match and throwing it in fire and into fuel.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but if I can ask of you though, when you know what, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
It's maybe it's fun at the time, but you're right. You know, not knowing the stuff and not understanding some of the things, and maybe seeing the behaviors here and elsewhere. But since this is where we live, you know, we talk here behaviors of us. You know, behaviors of us in the position of authority, giving information, enforcing that supposed information, and not being the best example. And there's a lot. But then when we look at the words of, well, let's stay, you know, as much as possible physically distant, but then we start to consider opening up other businesses. Your very first thought.
That's
I mean,
to an extent you can do that, right? So if you open up some, right?
Yeah.
And you now, okay, so those persons, all of those employees would be back out on the road and interacting with people, right? And what government is doing is they're going to go around to these bigger employers and they're going to do a sample for those larger employers to see if there's any infection among them, and then they'll try to track that down.
Right.
But what that means is that government is trying to do it within its capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that logical?
Yeah, but the blood test, or not a blood test, the test that they give, is it your understanding that if you do the test right now, that means that right now you're okay if it's negative, but it doesn't mean that as you leave from that place and you go, you could end up getting contracting anything, right?
Exactly.
Or the test could be, you don't have to go away, even if they isolate you, right? You have nothing in your room at all, you can still get it because it won't show up until...
Well, if you have it and if it has bind to a receptor in your body, the test is going to pick it up, right? Because it's now interacting with your body. If it's just sitting on your body and it's not inside of your lungs and not interacting with the receptor on your cells, then no, the test won't pick it up.
Mm-hmm. So technically, I mean, even if you were isolated after the test, one, you could get it later. I mean, you could, because it's so. Yeah, you have to wonder, right?
But that underscores the importance of what is taking place. This moment in our history calls for us, each one of us, because you can't do it for me, I can't do it for you. We each need to exercise self-discipline. Now, I have always thought to myself, well, do I have that kind of discipline? And I have thought to myself that yes, I do. And it actually brings back a little bit of memory for me. You remember when I used to take pictures of crime scenes and so forth?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Some people couldn't understand why I was doing it, right? But my explanation was fairly simple. I was doing scenes that I was truly, completely out of control of.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you throw a problem at me, I need to find a solution to be able to get a picture and that I'm not in control of, because you can't simulate being out of control, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I bring it up is I say that, you know, I thought to myself, could I be locked down like this and be okay? And after having been locked down, yeah, I'm okay. I mean, it has its challenges, as everybody have, with work and school and all that kind of stuff. But mentally, can you discipline yourself to understand that what you're really talking about is that society. See, the concept of society is that we're working together to achieve a good that benefits all of us. And so if I stay at home, the way I see it, is I'm helping your grandmother to stay alive. And if you stay home, you're helping someone else's aunt to stay alive.
Mm-hmm.
And so, in my view, if you want to go somewhere, unless you're going on a Sunday drive, taking a scenic route, you want to get there in the fastest possible time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the fastest time to get to not being locked down is to accept that it's necessary, to stay inside, to follow the rules, to wear a mask so that you're not spreading droplets wherever you go, so that someone will come behind and put their hand in the droplets and forget and touch their face, and now they're infected.
Mm.
The reason that's important is because the faster we get that part done, and we get to a point where there are only a few pockets and they know where the sources are, then we're like little Cayman or Cayman Brat.
All right, man. But listen, I'll have to reach out to you, and if you want, certainly hang on and join us. If not, we'll catch up with you. But boy, sometimes, you see what's in control and what's not. All right, talk to you soon, my friend. With that, let's pause and hit the news break. When we come back, we'll talk today.
Today's biggest news.
Radio Cayman.
It's only 2 species that we have, on the island.
Generations present.
Your voice, your choice. For today's biggest news.
Access.
Local, regional, international. This is headlines from Radio Cayman's newsroom team.
Today's biggest news.
Patients are making good use of the flu clinic and the flu hotline. Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Samuel Williams Rodriguez, said the flu clinic continues to see several patients. On Friday, there were 10 patients, 5 on Saturday and 2 on Sunday, with the flu hotline with 23 calls on Friday, 23 on Saturday and 10 on Sunday. If you're experiencing flu-like symptoms, call the flu hotline at 1-800-534-8600. You can also call 947-3077 or email flu@hsa.ky. Good afternoon, I'm Dion Anglin with your headlines in news elsewhere. A woman in the U.S. state of Kentucky was shot and killed by police after they raided the wrong address. That's according to a lawsuit. Breonna Taylor, a 26-year-old emergency medical technician, was shot 8 times when officers entered her apartment on March 13th. They were executing a search warrant as part of a drugs investigation, but no drugs were found in the property. And German Chancellor Angela Merkel has confirmed that she was targeted by hackers thought to be Russian military intelligence. She was asked in Parliament about a German magazine report that the GRU had obtained emails from her constituency office in a hacking attack in 2015. It pains me, she said, describing the hacking as outrageous. That's a wrap of your headlines. I'm Dion Anglin.
Stay in touch with Radio Cayman for the latest in news and information.
Follow Radio Cayman on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Download the Radio Cayman app or log on to our website, www.radiocayman.gov.ky.
Radio Cayman, your voice, your choice, your radio.
Wow, looks good. What is that?
Chicken share.
What did you just say to me?
Chicken share.
I am not a chicken.
Whoa! I said chicken share. It's from KFC. Bucket of 12 hot wings, 6 pieces of chicken, or 8 tenders. KFC chicken share. Just $12 each.
Oh.
Want some chicken, tenders, or hot wings?
You're sharing your chicken share with me?
The new chicken share from KFC, just $12 each, and it's finger-licking good. Dine at KFC Baytown Plaza, KFC Shedden Road, or KFC at the Strand.
Social distancing is crucial for our community to get back to normal. And never before has communication been so crucial. Keeping in touch with family, friends, and up to date requires you to stay in touch. Green Turtle offers the solution for both. Download the Green Turtle app now. Top up yours or a loved one's phone with any mobile carrier in any destination in Cayman. Phones delivered to your home, and with the new rewards program, you can even redeem points towards a new phone and other products. Download the Green Turtle app today. Green Turtle is not only the future of mobile, but today it can help save a life. Hashtag Stay Home Cayman. Take a ride on the Green Turtle Express today. Download the Green Turtle app. The future of mobile, saving lives today.
During these challenging times, it's easy to lose sight of all that we have to be grateful for. As the world grapples with the effects of COVID-19, at the forefront of the fight are the many frontline workers diligently ensuring the continuity of our islands. from the police service, members of the National Emergency Operations Center, healthcare workers, the DEH, grocery and pharmacy attendants, and so many more. Along with the daily conch call at 6:59 p.m., Radio Cayman invites the community to call in to talk today, every Friday, for Frontline Fridays. Share your stories and experiences and let us as a community start the gratitude trend to the many people putting their lives on the front line. Whether you have a family member on the front line and wish to give them a shout out, or if you have a personal experience of Cayman kindness, we want to hear from you. Frontline Fridays, every Friday on Talk Today.
Talk today.
But I do have some questions.
Talk today.
Cayman Islands' foremost listeners' participation program.
Talk today.
Because there are more questions than answers.
What the public is saying.
Waiting to take your calls right now. Sterling Dwayne Ebanks.
Hey, good afternoon and welcome back. Give us a shout and share your thoughts. When our guests are ready, we'll take that discussion. But until time, as I say, the show goes on. Always appreciate the gentleman who called prior to the news, and always feel on a personal level whenever you have to sort of, get people to move up and down, So 949-837, 1-800-534-8255. Miss Susan, talk to me. Let's hear the public share. Do you have a call, Miss Susan? All right.
We do have a call, yes. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Well, I see that it took us, almost an hour together, and I try hard. But listen, your fans need to hear you.
I believe
So
you
this is-
have one guest on the line, yes.
Yes, we do. All right. Let's go to the phones. Hey, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? It's Delisa Hernandez here, the National Drug Council.
National Drug Council. And our notes indicate that you may have someone that's joining you, maybe, in a bit. But you know what? We'll take it as it comes, right? Because in this time, we work with what we have, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Roll with the punches at this point.
It's always good when you have wonderful people to work with, and somehow we can cooperate together and put what we do in a perspective to make it better for others. So thank you all very much. And as we look at this particular time, it's important that we continue to at least extend our partnership with the National Drug Council, whether with the other government agencies or DCFS and the like, because it is challenging. So, Ms. Delicia, always a pleasure. So share with us now. I mean, it's May, I believe. It's not September or December, right? And it's still 2020, right?
It is still 2020. It feels like it's it's like a twilight zone right now with the with the way everything's moving. But we're still here in the year 2020, thankfully.
Yep. And I trust we'll get through and get better and be safer, stronger, more secure. But during the month of May is usually when we celebrate our children, National Child's Month, as it were, right?
Yes.
All right. Well, see.
And
I don't know myself now.
yeah, and I know the children of Cayman right now and across the globe are facing challenging times and being going virtual. I mean, although we are living in a time where a lot of people were already virtual, but it's not that their entire life was online as it is now. So we at National Drug Council as well as DCFS and obviously the rest of the Cayman Islands are noticing that everything will have to be going virtual, which is why we've come up with a lot of really fun and cool events and things that people can take part in during the month of Child Month, that is May, so that our community can still feel as if we still have some sort of normalcy when it comes to spending quality time with people who are still out in the community but not able to be at a backyard cookout with them or at the beach or wherever else. We're still able to have that communication with a lot of other people on the island through social media and virtual social platforms.
And that's the thing too, for some of our younger generation and those of us who try to become more familiar with what's going on, that virtual world is an extension of our real world, and for some it is the real world. So with that, maybe give us a perspective of some of the things you're doing. I mean, I'm glad that you could hear with it, despite the challenges that it may present. But talk to us about it. Help us to learn more.
So the National Drug Council, we just wrapped up our National Drug and Alcohol Facts Month, and people can log on to our website, ndc.ky, and still find a lot of activities that the children and teens can log on, as well as parents and educators can log on and take part in, whether it's a brain bowl or just tips on virtual learning and how to cope and that kind of thing. But we decided also to partner with DCFS with the new, I guess, social trend that with TikTok. And, so we're launching today our TikTok competition. So we're inviting the community to log on to TikTok with their child. And, if their children listening right now, tell your mom, your dad, your guardian, your nanny, whoever, someone in your household, even the dog, the cat, the parrot, it doesn't matter. Like everyone that's part of the family, and just do a TikTok video and send it into Instagram, tag us, put a bunch of hashtags that we'll let you know that in a second. And then you'll be entered to win some fabulous prizes come a week and a half from now on the 27th of May. So, yeah, we're hoping that the community grab this.
Indeed. For the videos, any sort of criteria, no longer than this amount of time, particular themes, are there any particular guidelines in relation to the videos?
In regards to TikTok, we recognize that, there are going to be some people who enjoy doing the TikTok. So it could range anywhere from 15 seconds and up. We just want people to have fun. I'll tell you the contest rules when we were deciding. It was very important that we still enjoy the time of making memories and making those memories, with your family members, with your pet, with, your nanny or your guardian or whoever, because, at the end of the day, we are all at home, trying to stay at home, and going out when we have to. And so that was the only criteria, is have fun, make memories, but you have to include your family members. So you can be 1, 2, or 3, but someone from your family has to be a part of it, just so that, we feel that sense of, that love and positivity that comes through the videos and fun times. We want to be a part of the memories that you make.
Yeah, man. And that's the thing, this is a good time. We've seen problem, many of us, just because of the nature of where we are. For example, during Mother's Day, many people send in videos that they themselves were created, as opposed to maybe in the past, taking stock videos. And it's not just that they're leveraging the technology, but they're making it that much more personalized. So commend you for having all of us get engaged in this time and getting the children to feel that they are truly, what is it your theme says, we hear this song about children are the future, but I think this year's theme about today's creations, tomorrow's masterpiece is the theme, I believe. So
And we also want to let people know that we recognize that I talk very fast, so you're probably going to miss a few pieces, but they can log on to our Facebook page at NDC Cayman, and we'll upload the contest details there. I want to let them know the deadline for submission of these videos, or up to upload on Instagram, is at 11:59, so 1 minute before midnight on Wednesday, the 20th of May. So not today, obviously, next week, Wednesday, right? So you got to upload those videos on Instagram, and you have to tag at NDC Cayman on Instagram. And on the contest form, or sheet rather, that you'll see on our social media pages, you have to include all of the hashtags. It's important because we want to make sure that you are part of the competition, and without the hashtags, then we're going to assume that you're just uploading, so you won't be able to actually be part of it. So again, we have hashtag I'm Just a Kid, hashtag Child Month 2020, hashtag Our Children, hashtag DCFS Cayman. And again, they have to upload it to Instagram and tag NDC Cayman. And then after all of that, next week, Wednesday, midnight, we're going to gather all those videos, repost them, and we're going to send them to a panel of judges who are going to go through them and find out who are the top 3 winners, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll announce it on your amazing show a week after that.
Thank you. Well, we have another amazing member of the civil service, Ms. Wanda Puri, the Community Development Officer for West Bay, join us equally. So, Mr. Lisa, let's invite Ms. Wanda into the discussion. Ms. Wanda, how are you?
Hi, I am good. How are you today?
Oh, Ms. Wanda, it's always a pleasure. I think if ever I get accused of having the best job in the world, I probably need to say yes, So I get to learn to listen to people like you and Mr. Hernandez, and to engage, through you, the wonderful work that's unfolding in our community. So thanks for joining us. So, you're celebrating Children's Month.
So I'd like to note that also with us, we have our acting director, Mr. Will Roberts, and company with us also today.
Oh, wow. Good afternoon, man. How are you? All right. See, that it even gets better. I tell you, man. The only sad part is, we should have him in the studio so that he could be your face. So when viewers log on, they can see something pleasant, But I guess we have to take it. It's the real.
Social distancing, sir.
Yeah, I have you know what? We're not in the studio, so I won't we'll leave that for another time. Huh? All right. But again, thank you to all. And to that partnership with the National Drug Council, I think is fitting and very timely. So as we listen, you guys share with us. Ms. Wanda, you want to go first, or have Mr. Roberts share some more with us?
We just wanted to, I guess the whole idea is to let everyone know that we are moving ahead with Child Month activities. I think that it was important. I know a couple of weeks ago when the world and the Cayman Islands got turned upside down, I think this was one of the things we never thought we'd be able to do. And as we saw that we had an opportunity to do Child Month, and our director, she kind of thought, why don't we continue to do this? And this brilliant idea came to life with that we were going to continue doing Child Month, but doing it differently. So, of course, because of our current state, we most of it is done electronically and in partnership with various entities. I mean, it's quite interesting because just before we got on the call, we were actually discussing partnering with another person to try and bring another set of activities to our children and our youth. So, I mean, most of what we have seen so far when it talks about children during this COVID crisis has been around education, but the mental health, the social aspect that they're missing, we thought also was quite important. And our theme, our children's today's creation, tomorrow's masterpiece. We felt like it is important in a masterpiece that you're able to add a whole lot of color. And so you'll see that throughout the events that we have planned and calendared so far, and as I said, I think it's growing because we'll be adding more to it. They're all about getting our children to interact again socially, being able to enjoy each other's company during this time and not just sit on the electronic medium and play video games or just do schoolwork like we know most of them are doing.
True.
Yeah, okay. No, well, this is, our children truly are, the masterpiece in the making, as you shared. But, Ms. Vanda, when we think of what Mr. Roberts was sharing, that we're leveraging the social media, we're leveraging that sort of virtual realm that most of our young people already navigate constantly. Are you finding that this may be just an extension for them in a much more comfortable environment than, say, normally?
Yeah, I feel so. I guess, being at home does have, its advantages, and, the opportunities that are there, despite not physically being in company with their peers, or, being able to move around outdoors and participate in various activities. as normal until all the restrictions and so forth are lifted. I think it brings about a new dynamic to creativity. Using the power of the brain, to participate in the various activities that we have planned, and for them to come together. Using the virtual and social platforms to discover ways in which they can participate and do activities and just kind of share and get the community involved with to a further extent.
Mm-hmm. Now, Mr. Lisa, from that perspective, you're talking earlier about the TikTok. We see the other activities. We see the partnership again, in this realm. For parents, though, sometimes I think we leave our children when they're on their devices, partly because we don't know how to navigate the devices and technology as easily or as quickly. Is there something you can share with us as parents? One, to make sure we get more engaged, even though, especially now that we're so much more closely interacting, just because of the space that we're in. And two, to ensure that we know what they're doing. Is there anything particular you could share?
At the end of the day, the children are, yes, like as you said, on the social media platforms, and whether it's on their gaming sites and TikTok or Snapchat and such. But even just putting the phone, the computer, the laptop, whatever, put those devices down for 2 minutes, right? Mm-hmm. And just enjoying the moment with each other. The majority of the hours of the day, we're at work and your children are at school. Yes, we're in unfortunate, times in at this moment, but even if it means just setting those devices down, spending some time together, talking about the videos that you saw on Instagram or the videos that you saw on TikTok, sharing those moments together shows that you and your child are definitely possibly having some things in common when it comes to what you're seeing online, as well as being able to just also, engage in conversation, engage in possibly, making, again, a moment together at the end of the day. I mean, currently, we don't really have a choice, the children and as adults, I'm on my phone 24/7. It was worse before, but now, I mean, we've gotten to that point where, we don't have a choice. Enjoy the moment together. This is why we put together this TikTok competition, because I've seen so many parents, children that we work with here at the National Drug Council, that we have our after-school programs with, and we've seen those parents go online and do their TikToks, share some of that laughter and that moment with your child while recording and posting it so your friends can see. Show the community, show yourself, remind your child that, you have a personality and you can have fun together. At the end of the day, that bond is very important. So I'm not sure if I've answered the question, but I think, it's important that you do engage, even if your children are still, going in the corner or on the couch or in their room or on their social media, or on their devices. Just try to be a part of that. Play a video game with them, After all, at the end of the day, like I said, we're really in that position where it's the time where you start to make that relationship, that bond even stronger than it was before, when we had the 9 to 5, job, and we had no other choice but come home, cook meal, do your homework, and go to bed. Now is the opportunity for us to make that bond stronger than it was before.
Indeed. No, Ms. Vanda, if I may ask, from that perspective, maybe two things. One, obviously, if you and Mr. Roberts both would sort of expand more on the different activities being organized. But two, they go into work and to go into school, parent and child, respectively, in the same household. The house may be large, it may not be, but it's still within the same sort of residential unit, as it were. It's not like they're going miles apart. Are there particular considerations in this time that we ensure we maintain that harmony?
I think it's important that we look at the new normal that we're existing in right now. We're finding ourselves in smaller spaces many of the time, sharing spaces, something we never used to do. Having to share just internet speed is an issue in my home. I'm sure it's an issue in other people's homes. But I think that what we've also recognized is that from what we've been hearing, that this change is not going to go back to normal, and it's definitely not going to go back to normal anytime soon. So as a family, as a community, we have to find ways to embrace it. We have to find ways to share our space with our family, and like Delissa just said, being able to come together as families and increase that bond, but also socially distancing but still having social activities, being able to socialize in these environments as a family, as individuals, is also quite important to your psyche. And so as we go through the exercises or the activities that have been scheduled for the month, that is also one of the ideas. I mean, some of them, I hear you all throwing around the term TikTok. And that's like a Zoom now to me. It's a new terminology that has become standard in our dictionary currently. So I think it's very important for us to start to understand this new terminology, start to understand how we use our electronic mediums, not just for, school and activities, but healthy socializing, how to teach our children to use them to healthily socialize, because I also feel that a lot of our children before this were using electronic devices, but whether they were supervised or unsupervised, they were still not necessarily socializing in a way where they were interacting with each other. So when you have some of the activities that we have planned, the games that we have planned, and I must say, I have to say, congratulations and I give a shout out, because it's a normal thing to all who were involved in this project. I know Ms. Vanda was spearheading it as a coordinator, but to understand that we had to change our way of thinking, it's really fascinating that it has come together in such a record speed, because it's not as easy as just going out and socializing in a place and say, okay, we're going to send out a flyer and we're going to meet at this place. It's about how to set up a Zoom and how to get everybody involved. And
what are the platforms that the teenagers are using?
Right, so because we use a platform and we're used to it, that don't mean that they're used to it.
They're running from it.
And I think
they are running from it.
One of the things that came up today, which was quite interesting, and I don't know, maybe it's been resolved by now, but I know we were talking, because these activities extend also to Little Cayman and the BRAC in terms of our church services and stuff like that. And the representation at the BRAC was explaining to us that they didn't know if they were going to do Zoom, and we were like, why? Everybody's doing Zoom. And they were like, oh, well, we just got to go to church. And so to a certain extent, with the BRAC being open, again, you see where we had to change what we were thinking in terms of our church services and stuff to accommodate. So as I say, it's the social work. I think it was the chief officer, Ms. Echenike, and I were speaking, and she said, the social services department, like NAU, we are one of the few places that didn't get to shut down, so to speak, or to pull away from COVID. So we've been taking care of our clients, we've been taking care of our children, we've been making sure that the community is taken care of the best that we can. So we've had to be creative in continuing to monitor and take care of the people who are dependent on us. And the children are no different, as I said. So May is Children's Month, so this is what we're trying to do, is just to make sure we reach out to as many of them as possible. We still have a whole lot of days in the month, so if you are out there doing something specific for children this month, and I think you can give us a call, give Ms. Vanda a call, and let us get that into the schedule so that our children will know that we care about them, and that we do know that they are our legacy and they're our future, and we want them to be creative in this new normal.
All right. Well, thanks very much, to all of you. And as we continue, certainly if it's just a phone call and you need to remind us, Mr. Hernandez, was there any finally you wish to share from the NDC's
I'll share
perspective?
the activities. I'll share the upcoming activities, and then I guess we can close off from there. Thanks for the opportunity. So today we launched the TikTok competition through partnership with NDC. We know that the Prospect Primary is hosting a Zoom Snuggle and Read this evening. On Saturday, we are encouraging families to do a family games evening, whereby they will court. The theme color for the month is coral. If you don't have coral, select a color that is easily found within your home that everybody can dress in. Decide on the activity that you want to do, and we're going to ask you to forward that information. Take some pictures so that we can see what it is that how creative you've been, and entertaining yourselves at home. And you're going to send that to dcfs@gov.ky. You're going to state your family name, the activity in which you participated in, and the district which you hail from. That would be on Saturday. We're encouraging all families to do that. On Sunday, the Agape Family Worship Center will be hosting the official church service we have at 10 in the morning. And also to state that we have invited our other community churches to do the usual, to incorporate Child's Month into their regular services on Saturday and Sunday. And so tune in to your regular church services on Sunday also. On Monday the 18th, we have the stay-at-home scavenger hunt. That is also being advertised between 11 and 12. You will see flyers and so forth being sent out through GIS and through our own social media platforms. That requires you to have WhatsApp application on your phones. On the 20th, next week, Wednesday, God's willing, we will do the TikTok entries are due. On the 22nd, we have our first BRAC event, which will be the Family Games evening. And we will also, on that day, be doing pre-recording for our teen panel that we also host annually. On the Sunday the 24th, the Cayman BRAC Cotton Tree Bay Church service is at 11 a.m. They're in-house, and there's a limited amount of persons. I think in a number of 25 people is the maximum that you can host. On Tuesday the 26th, the BRAC is also hosting the Celebrity Reading Day. We'll be doing that via Zoom, and the primary schools will be participating in that. On the 27th, we come back for our final show with Radio Cayman for the month at 1 o'clock, and we'll be airing our teen panel discussion on that day. The TikTok winners will also be announced, and the last events for the month will be the Little Cayman Church service, and then none other than the Talent Expo. So the Talent Expo, just to kind of share quickly, we will be issuing information on that. Our young people, children, showcasing their talent, and that is something that we would usually host at the Hartwell Theatre. However, this year, just changing it a little bit, we'll be putting together a video, and that will be posted to the various online and social media platforms.
Wow, it's commendable.
Sorry, we do know that we have sponsors. There are some restaurants who are providing gift certificates and so forth. The department will be issuing some prizes for some of the various events and giveaways, and we also know that the Life organization will be sponsoring some book giveaways also. And some of our primary schools, the Sir John A. Cumber Primary School, will also be hosting a number of activities throughout the month. And so we'd just like to encourage, like Mr. Rail has already said, persons in the community, organizations, if you're hosting something for the month at home, send it to us so that we can have a look at it and we can share, the fun and entertainment that is happening within our community, and everyone can participate and share in the great ideas that we have going on.
All right. Well, thank you each, very, very, very much.
Mr. Sterling, just real quick, I just want to say one last thing I forgot to mention, real quickly, 2 seconds. If people, when people upload the videos to our Instagram page, the people who like the videos will also assist us with the judging process. So once your video is uploaded or re-uploaded to the page, once the likes come in, that will help us see which videos are the most favored as well, which will also be a part of our judging process. That was all.
Excellent. Get the community more involved.
Yeah.
We're looking forward to engaging you. Thank you very much for sharing with us, and have a very safe and enjoyable week.
You too.
And with that, we'll just respectfully pause, take a short break, but join us because we've got a chance to continue the discussion and tell you about some parenting webinars that are coming up. Stay tuned for Talk Today.
Social distancing is crucial for our community to get back to normal, and never before has communication been so crucial. Keeping in touch with family, friends, and up to date requires you to stay in touch. Green Turtle offers the solution for both. Download the Green Turtle app now. Top up yours or a loved one's phone with any mobile carrier in any destination in Cayman. Phones delivered to your home, and with the new rewards program, you can even redeem points towards a new phone and other products. Download the Green Turtle app today. Green Turtle is not only the future of mobile, but today it can help save a life. Hashtag Stay Home Cayman. Take a ride on the Green Turtle Express today. Download the Green Turtle app. The future of mobile, saving lives today.
Obey the laws and wear the gauze. Protect your jaws from septic paws. Stay clean, Cayman, with hand sanitizer from $3.25, 10 surgical masks for $9.99, and 2 packs of KN95 masks for $6.99. Wholesale pricing available at all 5 Liquor for Less locations: Shedden Road, North Church Street, Savannah, Northside, and the McClendon Drive Airport location. Don't miss the incredible lockdown price markdown and manager specials exclusively at Liquor for Less. Hundreds of fine, starting from cases of ice cold below wholesale prices, and save $9 off liters. Prices so low we can't say it on the radio. Liquor for Less enforces the wearing of masks and social distancing while in store, and encourage other preventative measures to help stop the spread of COVID-19, such as consistent hand washing and only leaving home for essential purposes. Has being quarantined at home have you looking at your living space differently? Well, Tomlinson Furniture is now offering free island-wide deliveries and phone consultations to help you design a comfortable living space. For inspiration and ideas, browse the Tomlinson Furniture and Mattress Gallery Facebook page, Tomlinson Furniture Cayman on Instagram, or website at tomlinsonfurniture.ky. Open from 9:30 a.m. for phone consultations and orders. Call 949-5383. Tomlinson Furniture and the Mattress Gallery. Free delivery island-wide.
A public service announcement from Radio Cayman. Coronavirus prevention tip. What is coronavirus? The novel coronavirus, COVID-19, is a new strain of coronavirus that has not been previously identified in humans. What are the symptoms? Common symptoms include respiratory symptoms of fever, cough, shortness of breath, breathing difficulties. In severe cases, coronavirus can cause pneumonia, severe acute respiratory syndrome, and kidney failure. How soon do symptoms occur? Symptoms occur 2 to 10 days after a person has been exposed. Is there a vaccine against coronavirus? Currently, there is no vaccine to protect against COVID-19. When a disease is new, it takes up to a few years for a new vaccine to be developed. For information, you can email questions to flu@hsa.ky or call one of the hotline numbers of 1-800-534-8600 or 947-3077. For the latest updates and information, please visit hsa.ky/coronavirus.
Start getting your debt under control with a debt consolidation loan from Fidelity Bank. At Fidelity, your loan decision is quick with no runaround. Plus, with competitive interest rates and fees, we will help you reduce your monthly payments and get you back to living again. Don't let the burden of overwhelming debt tie you down this year. Call Fidelity today and let's make it happen with a Fidelity Bank debt consolidation loan. Fidelity, we're good for you.
Your Radio Cayman 6 p.m. news, Monday through Friday, is brought to you by Logic. Your life connected.
Don't let the actions of the few continue to impact the majority. If you know of someone who is taking unnecessary risks with social distancing and curfews, talk to them. Remind your siblings, children, parents, and friends of the importance of social distancing. We will all get through these challenging times, but only if we can all work together. Hashtag Stay Home Cayman.
Talk today.
But I do have some questions.
Talk today.
Cayman Islands' foremost listeners' participation program.
Talk today.
Because there are more questions than answers.
What the public is saying.
Waiting to take your calls right now. Sterling Dwayne Ebanks.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. And again, it's always an honor and a privilege to be able to ensure our community is not only informed, involved, but feel engaged. And now we can hopefully have the opportunity to share with you about some upcoming parenting webinars as we go to our phones. Good afternoon.
Hi, Sterling. How are you?
Not bad, Ms. Ruber. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Okay, and please allow us to extend our apologies and thank you for your patience as we were concluding discussion, with our fellow agencies. For the listening public, Ms. Ruber, could I respectfully maybe just ask you to do just a brief intro for those who are listening and joining us?
Absolutely. What we're going to be doing or have started doing is we're hosting some parenting webinars. We started in April, and it's a series of 6 sessions, and we are holding them on Wednesdays at 4:30 on our Facebook page live, and you can register several different ways. You can email us, you can give us a call. There's also a link on the flyer, or go to our webpage, frc.gov.ky, and just get some really good parenting tips. Every week is a different topic. We start out with creating some structure and routine in the home, especially since most of us are home working remotely and also homeschooling our children, and how that was really beneficial for a lot of our parents. And then today we'll be talking about positive parenting during COVID-19, how to keep it positive in the home. And next week will be part 2 of that. We'll be talking about how to handle challenging behavior, because right now it's very normal to have maybe some more challenging behaviors than normal during these uncertain times. Then the following week on the 27th will be our 5th session. We'll be talking about how to keep calm and manage stress. And then we'll wrap up the series on June 3rd, and we'll be talking about how to basically create one-on-one time and improve that family connection during COVID-19. We've all been cooped up together, so how can we make this a positive opportunity for all of us? So that's just that in a nutshell. You can give us a call at 949-0006, email us at frc@gov.ky, or you can visit us on our Facebook page, and we do ask that you register for the webinar, and we will have a Q&A afterwards. We've also teamed up with some guest speakers. Today I'll be co-facilitating with a behavioral specialist, Miss June South Robinson. She is a school inclusionist with John Gray and Clifton Hunter, and she'll be joining me these next couple of weeks to talk about how to keep parenting positive in the home and handling some challenging behaviors. And so that's basically what we're doing. And every day on our Instagram and Facebook page, we do also like to include some tips so that parents can have some tools to put in their parenting tool belt and try something different, because we might be seeing our kids a little differently now that we're spending a lot more time with them, and suddenly they're teachers and providing a school environment for them. So we have some different challenges, so we need to have some different approaches than what's maybe worked before isn't working now. So we definitely want to give parents some practical tips and tools on how to make the best of this challenging situation.
I can imagine, as you shared, this is not, like perhaps when we would have helped them with their homework. Probably in this day and age, maybe not many families, are able to provide help with homework as it was in the past. But even if they did, this is now becoming the teacher, the mom, and everything else all in one, or whomever's helping with the schooling. So are there, if I may ask, sort of off topic, any reports thus far, anecdotal or hopefully even official inquiries, of some of the potential challenges or reported challenges that some of the households may have been facing, in particular with education and trying to instill a sense of positive parenting that we may have been experiencing since we've all been cooped up inside?
Anything officially, but I can speak from just the experience I've had in working with the parents that I coach at the Family Resource Center. I'm one of the certified parenting coaches, and I work with them one-on-one. And some I've started with before all this happened. But what we're facing a lot is that children view home not as school, not a place to do schoolwork, but a place to relax, have fun, spend time with family. And it's very confusing for children for things to have changed so suddenly, so drastically, where all of a sudden everyone's home, but not everyone's available. For instance, the parent is now working from home, and they're there, but they're not necessarily available. And it's hard for them to make that adjustment. Children transition much slower than we do as adults anyway. And so adjusting to this new mindset has been a real challenge. And some kids, were okay with it at first, but now it's gotten old, and they don't want their parent to be their teacher anymore. They don't want to go to school at home. They want to go back to school. They want their life back to normal. And that's been very challenging, because without that structure and that routine, it's very hard for kids to know what to expect next. And when they don't know what to expect, that increases their anxiety. And so the more that we can have a routine and a structure for our children, including ourselves, just something to use as a guide, still get up and get ready for school and for work, and take your showers and do your exercises and break the day up. It's very important with our little ones that we give them lots of body breaks. We can't expect them to sit and be quiet for the entire day. That's just not age-appropriate expectation, and it's setting them, everyone up for failure. So I think, the remote learning has had it's evolved over the weeks, and, some of the expectations that some of the parents are finding from the teachers can be a little challenging, because they're working from home full time. They may have a toddler to take care of, and the child is resisting joining the Zoom session, or they don't want to do the schoolwork, and they can't keep up. And so sometimes what I've told to my parents is, just stay in communication with the teacher. Every child is handling this differently. Every home is a different situation, and you can't really compare yourself to someone else. And we can't expect our teachers to know what's going on if we don't tell them and say, you know what, my child can do 3 pages, but after that they get overwhelmed, they're done. It's just a battle, it's a fight, it's a war zone. So just talk with the teacher and communicate the issues that you're having, and see if there's something you can work out, because all the kids are in the same boat in the sense that they're not at school getting that learning. Some are at advantage more than others because they have electronics, they have Wi-Fi, and some of these children don't. And so it's going to look very differently, and we have some parents that can help with homework and some that really can't. So we really need to be mindful and put ourselves in that child's shoes and think about what are they capable of doing? What do they have access to? And let's be realistic about that, and provide support and not criticism. I think especially now it's so important that we listen and we get an understanding of what that household is experiencing, because with all the different parents that I coach, it's different in every household. Some have teenagers, primary school and toddlers. Some are single parents, and they're struggling the most. They don't get a time away or a break, and so they don't have that added support, especially with the shelter-in-place restrictions. So it's really important that as parents we communicate with the teacher, that we set our kids up for success. You know, it could be their own little area in their room. You know, someplace where they are comfortable to do their work. I mean, sometimes it might have to be a couch if there's not a table, and we just need to be flexible and understanding as to what, you know, each family can manage. And yeah.
Well, we've got a short commercial break to take. You want to join us after and maybe recap and remind us of, you know, the upcoming seminars?
Absolutely.
All right, perfect. To our listeners, join us after the break.
Obey the laws and wear the gauze. Protect your jaws from septic paws. Stay clean, Cayman, with hand sanitizer from $3.25. 10 surgical masks for $9.99. And 2 packs of KN95 masks for $6.99. Wholesale pricing available at all 5 Liquor for Less locations. Shedden Road, North Church Street, Savannah, Northside, and the McClendon Drive Airport location. Don't miss the incredible lockdown price markdown and manager specials exclusively at Liquor for Less. Hundreds of fine starting from cases of ice cold below wholesale prices, and save $9 off liters. Prices so low we can't say it on the radio. Liquor for Less enforces the wearing of masks and social distancing while in store, and encourage other preventative measures to help stop the spread of COVID-19, such as consistent hand washing and only leaving home for essential purposes.
Social distancing is crucial for our community to get back to normal. And never before has communication been so crucial. Keeping in touch with family, friends, and up-to-date requires you to stay in touch. Green Turtle offers the solution for both. Download the Green Turtle app now. Top up yours or a loved one's phone with any mobile carrier in any destination in Cayman. Phones delivered to your home, and with the new rewards program, you can even redeem points towards a new phone and other products. Download the Green Turtle app today. Green Turtle is not only the future of mobile, but today it can help save a life. Hashtag Stay Home Cayman. Take a ride on the Green Turtle Express today. Download the Green Turtle app. The future of mobile, saving lives today.
Has being quarantined at home have you looking at your living space differently? Well, Tomlinson Furniture is now offering free island-wide deliveries and phone consultations to help you design a comfortable living space. For inspiration and ideas, browse the Tomlinson Furniture and Mattress Gallery Facebook page, Tomlinson Furniture Cayman on Instagram, or website at tomlinsonfurniture.ky. Open from 9:30 a.m. for phone consultations and orders. Call 949-5383. Tomlinson Furniture and the Mattress Gallery. Free delivery island-wide.
For nearly 20 years, Kingsport Center has been the heart of the Cayman fitness and wellness community. In order to ensure the welfare of all, we are temporarily closed until further notified by the Cayman Islands government that it is safe to reopen. During these trying times, we encourage everyone to maintain a healthy lifestyle, mind, body, and soul. We look forward to continuing providing you with world-class service in the very near future. Remain strong and continue to show the world the power of Cayman unity. Kingsport Center, your one-stop shop for fitness, recreation, and relaxation.
Do you want to shop online at A.L. Thompson's? You can. We offer goods that you need now for your home and yard. Visit our website for details and register to shop. Currently, we sell only the items that are on the website, but we'll add products regularly and frequently to meet your needs. You could pay for your order by debit card, credit card, and store accounts. We have contact-free delivery, will not enter households, and will maintain social distance for everyone's safety. We hope that you'll enjoy shopping online at althompson.com. Please remain healthy and safe.
Talk today.
But I do have some questions.
Talk today.
Cayman Islands' foremost listeners participation program.
Talk today.
Because there are more questions than answers.
What the public is saying.
Waiting to take your calls right now. Sterling Dwayne Ebanks.
Hey, good afternoon. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us. And another true, pleasure of the company of Miss Miles Ruby on the other line. So, parenting webinars, Miss Miles.
Yes, so please join us. We have one today at 4:30, and we're focusing on keeping it positive in the home and focusing around parenting and some of this remote learning issues that the parents are reporting on. And we have our school inclusionist, June South Robinson, co-facilitating with myself. They are at 4:30 on our Facebook page. They are live, and you can register. Either call 949-0006. You can go to our Facebook page and register, or you can email us at frc@gov.ky, and we will get you on. We will have a question and answer afterwards. And again, next week will be part 2 of this particular topic, and we'll be talking more about challenging behaviors next week. So please join us. Get some parenting tools. You know, it's just an opportunity to hear something, maybe learn something different, try something new, so that you can parent from a place of control and enjoy parenting more during these difficult times and have more confidence in your parenting. So we are always here to help. We are certified parenting coaches, and we are still open for business. We're doing sessions over the phone, over Zoom, one-on-one. We're doing these webinars. We've completed some workshops. So just because of most businesses are closed, we're just providing our services on a different platform so that we can provide that support to our community.
And that's the thing, you know, we realize that the whole structure, the environment of the business and the home has changed significantly. And as you shared, it may be a case now where parent and child, they're home in the same space, but they're disconnected because the parent is working, the child is engaged in school work, and yet there has to be this interaction. So it can be potentially, you know, a space of conflict, but it can be so rewarding because they're there physically together.
Right. It can be very, it can be both. It can be challenging and rewarding at the same time. And so, you know, how can we set ourselves up for success? How do we set our children up for success? And we might have to work a little differently. We might have to do things a little differently than we would anticipate. And so hopefully these webinars will give people some ideas and some tools on how to parent effectively while working from home, while their children are having to attend Zoom classes and do work, schoolwork, and, you know, how to set them up for success. Because it is a different environment, and so we can't expect them to behave the same in a different environment. And so how can we create an environment to help them blossom? Because right now it's been hard for everyone, including myself. It's just been a big adjustment. And so we have to kind of open our minds and be willing to look at things a little differently and try some different techniques that we might not have thought of otherwise. Sometimes we think, oh, that will never work. And so once we try something different and we get a different result, then maybe you'll start seeing small changes. Because a lot of times it's not rocket science. It's not huge changes. It's small tweaks. And so if you join us this afternoon and the following Wednesdays, you can learn some of those techniques, some of those tips and tools so that you can enjoy parenting more and be more effective and have a more positive, you know, relationship with your child and have a more peaceful home.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much, you know, and I certainly
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it. Continue to be safe, and then, you know, you are indeed.
You do the same.
All right. Talk to you very soon, Ms. Ruby.
All right. Thank you for having me.
God bless. All right, we're going to pause and take the news break. When we come back, if the press briefing starts, we'll go straight to it. If it doesn't, well, we'll be here. Stay tuned.
Today's biggest news.
Radio Cayman.
It's only 2 species that we have here on Cayman.
Generations present.
Your voice, your choice. For today's biggest news.
Access.
Local, regional, international, this is headlines from Radio Cayman's newsroom team.
Today's biggest news.
The Mosquito Research and Control Unit will be conducting aerial applications to swamp areas in and around the West Bay Peninsula for the remainder of the week. Work today will possibly take place between 4 to 6 p.m., Thursday between 4 to 6 p.m., and Friday between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. This work entails repeated flyovers of swamp habitat and adjacent lands, some of which are residential. The public's patience is requested and greatly appreciated. All operations are weather dependent. Good afternoon, I'm Dion Anglin with your headlines. In news elsewhere, the mother of Ahmad Arbery, who was killed while out for a jog near his home in Georgia, believes there will be justice. The 25-year-old was shot by a white father and son in an attack his family say was clearly racist. Gregory and Travis McMichael were charged with murder last week, 2 months after the killing of Ahmad. And officials in California say they may allow Tesla to restart full operations at its U.S. car assembly plant on Monday. They also said the electric car company had been approved to resume some activities ahead of the reopening. The announcement comes after Chief Executive Elon Musk called staff back to work in defiance of shutdown orders. That's a wrap of your headlines. I'm Dion Anglin.
Your 2 p.m. headlines brought to you by greenturtle.ky. Take a ride on the Green Turtle Express today. Download the Green Turtle app, the future of mobile, saving lives today.
Social distancing is crucial for our community to get back to normal. And never before has communication been so crucial. Keeping in touch with family, friends, and up to date requires you to stay in touch. Green Turtle offers the solution for both. Download the Green Turtle app now. Top up yours or a loved one's phone with any mobile carrier in any destination in Cayman. Phones delivered to your home, and with the new rewards program, you can even redeem points towards a new phone and other products. Download the Green Turtle app today. Green Turtle is not only the future of mobile, but today it can help save a life. Hashtag Stay Home Cayman. Take a ride on the Green Turtle Express today. Download the Green Turtle app. The future of mobile, saving lives today.
Stay in touch with Radio Cayman for the latest in news and information.
Follow Radio Cayman on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Download the Radio Cayman app or log on to our website, www.radiocayman.gov.ky.
Radio Cayman, your voice, your choice, your radio.
Join us every evening at 6:59 p.m. for the Time Check Salute in Cayman kind style with the blowing of the conch shell. As the Cayman Islands community extends their appreciation to all of the frontline staff who are working to keep our islands safe and functioning during these challenging times.
Hello, Cayman. I'm Quincy Brown. Anybody else getting mixed up with all these new coronavirus terms? Me too. But guess what? I've watched the press conferences and I've read the press releases and I've seen all the social media posts. Look here, I can help you out. Social distancing. Well, that means you're to keep a distance of 3 to 6 feet away from the person next to you. Or in layman's term, if you can see the color of the eye next to you, you're too close. Una got it now? If una want to stay up to the time with what's going on, there's only one place for the real information, the Cayman Islands government. Visit gov.ky/coronavirus. Now remember, keep washing your hands, keep following the rules, and keep taking care of each other. Saving lives is Cayman kind.
A public service announcement from Radio Cayman.
Rumors and misinformation will not help us tackle the coronavirus. Remember, you can check on www.gov.ky/coronavirus to see trusted and up-to-date guidance from the experts. This page is being continually updated and should become your first port of call for the facts. Please do your part to avoid scare tactics and fake news. This government is not complacent. We will continue to prepare tirelessly, make the necessary decisions required in the best interests of the health and safety of our people. You may feel worried, scared, or stressed about the serious nature of COVID-19, but we can and will overcome this public threat. Again, remember to cover your cough and sneezes, wash your hands often, and avoid close contact with persons, especially if they're showing signs of respiratory illness. Please stay safe, and may God continue to bless the Cayman Islands.
For the latest updates and information, please visit hsa.ky/public-health/coronavirus or gov.ky/coronavirus.
Talk today.
But I do have some questions.
Talk today.
Cayman Islands' foremost listeners participation program.
Talk today.
Because there are more questions than answers.
What the public is saying.
Waiting to take your calls right now. Sterling Dwayne Ebanks.
Hey, good afternoon and welcome back. Thanks for joining us. When the briefing starts, we'll certainly go to it. And until then, as we share with you, we're going to be here, hopefully offering up the opportunity for each of us to share our perspective. We just respectfully ask now that if we cut you mid-sentence, please be mindful. Well, maybe if we should ask, how do you find these briefings? It would appear that the government is going to be, gradually and properly, tapering off, instead of every day. Now, we knew one was on Monday, and then there wasn't any yesterday, and then today probably, may not be one tomorrow, and then one on Friday. Going on what the Premier said Monday, that they were considering maybe Monday, Wednesday, Friday this week. What do you feel, about that? Do you find them useful? Are you liking what some have shared, that, the statistics are being given in a different format, so it is not all this gloom and doom? Do you see it more as a press briefing, or as a government propaganda? Do you see that you, through the questions that Ms. Donna and Scarlett from time to time all ask on behalf of the public, that you have access there? What about the job the media is doing in asking the questions, but also in reporting on the press briefings? Certainly is indicative that we have a democracy where the leadership is there to answer questions, but also offer up information, and then the public is informed and engaged. So certainly bodes well if we are to continue in that vein of being an informed public, and not like what a number of individuals have shared publicly, on the talk shows, in regular conversation, that we need to now look at the time that is before us, what we've experienced collectively on Ireland, certainly across the globe, where there is certainly a fundamental change in the way we're doing business or not doing business, the way we're interacting or not interacting, the impact that we've had and are having on our environment. For some, hearing reports about improved water quality, the air seems to be less polluted, the birds and the like are not only visible, but you can hear them. And I think that's one of the things that was most striking last week and this week thus far. The handful of comments from different people across Grand Cayman, I must emphasize that, who shared that they realized that they appreciated the peaceful, tranquil sort of environment that they were, even though they were at home, but they could go outside and it was quiet. Midday, 10 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it was quiet. And then the last week and a half, there's the hum and the drum of the lawnmowers and the weed whackers and the blowers. And one individual said, he was wondering, is it possible not to create some of the rules and regulations that we see in other places that restrict or even limit or certainly, ban the use of these things, but is there a way that maybe we could do some of those things? Or are there other technologies, an electric, lawnmower, for instance, or something else that doesn't make as much noise? He said, you get so used to hearing the weed whacker and the blower, whether it's in your own yard or your neighbor's yard, or you're driving and there is that constant drone. And he also shared, is it that maybe we should restrict the hours of it? Not before this hour of the day, not after this hour of the day, not on this day. And he said it doesn't have to be just, a Saturday or Sunday that we limit, but perhaps maybe a Friday, maybe a Wednesday, for, whatever reason it is that the community sees it. But he shared that instead of having laws and rules and regulations that dictate this type of behavior, what if there was just a cultural ethos, a norm within a society? He gave us an example using gardeners and not, please don't, feel like we overly sort of hitting on you too hard. He said, for instance, in his neighborhood, he realized that all of his neighbors, including his own household, would use the adjoining vacant lands to put their grass clippings on. Didn't think anything of it. Didn't think that it was an issue. It's going to eventually sort of biodegrade and create soil. So no big deal. It's not going to the landfill. So much the better. But then, what if that's not what the homeowner or that landowner wants? Or what if there are other issues? And then when you realize that sometimes taking the leaf blower, for instance, and you blow from your property into the roadway, whether it's the condos into West Bay Road, whether it's your, gardening company and landscaping company and blowing it from your property into the adjoining property. So little things that now could give us a chance to look and evaluate and to consider if there are better things that we can do to improve the quality of life, the enjoyment of the surrounding and the environment, but to improve the whole experience. So reducing the noise level, improving the air quality. What are your thoughts? Now these are, relatively speaking, not important when we compare to making sure that life is preserved, that people are safe. But little things can make a big difference. Let's go to our phones. Good afternoon and welcome. You're on Talk Today.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my call, Mr. Dwayne. How are you doing today?
All right, the Right Honorable Quincy Q. Brown. What's happening, man?
The Right Honorable, you say? I hear you there. All right, let me make it brief. I'm good, Quincy Brown here. I'm good. I'm going to keep it brief because I know you have the press briefing coming up. There've been some people making their comments. We read articles in the Compass, Cayman Reporter, Caymanian Times, News Service, Marl Road, and people are at liberty to make their comments. And there are those that say that our speaker should resign and whatnot. I don't agree. I do not agree. Do not resign. Let the natural course take its action, through the court proceedings. But I don't think he should resign at all because I know for myself, I resigned from a very good job to try and get my life back together, and now that I have, I can't get the job back. So never resign. If they want to terminate you or pass, whatever, but don't resign, Mr. Bush. And let me tell you, I'm getting criticized for comments I made because I said that he is the glue that keeps this unity government together. You remove him, this government falls apart. I'm getting ridiculed for saying that, but you see, I understand how the inner runnings of politics works in this country. And as we approach 2021, we could see a shift in whose premier becomes a speaker or who's the speaker become premier. Well, we're still a year away from that, but I understand how politics work. So, no.
So Quincy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Only if you feel, inclined. And the reason why I ask you is that you know that more than likely what I say to you privately, I say to you publicly, and what I say publicly, it's you're informed, but you also have an engaging intellect. I always enjoy. If you're comfortable, if you were now, because I like to, well, you're saved by Susan. All right, the press briefing is coming up. Let's hear what's being said today.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's press briefing on the coronavirus. I'm Donna Bush. Glad you could join us via the channel as well as via Radio Cayman. We go first to Reverend Rohan Forrester for today's prayer.
Almighty God, creator and ruler of the universe, we pause at the start of this press conference to acknowledge you as the one who is worthy of our praise and thanksgiving. We praise and thank you for the journey you have seen us through from the month of March to this present day to suppress the COVID-19 virus in the Cayman Islands. a journey that would not have been made possible without your grace and your mercy. We pray for your continued guidance over the lives of those whose livelihood has been affected by the measures taken by the government, whose job security is threatened by the loss of production hours and economic inactivity. We pray for frontline workers, doctors, nurses, and all who provide medical care, that you give insight in their caring and protect their health and well-being. We pray for wisdom for the scientific community, seeking ways to control the spread of this virus by the creation of a vaccine. We pray for the governor and the premier, members of the cabinet, and other members of the Legislative Assembly, and the RCIPS, and all other public officials who have been entrusted with the task of making hard decisions about quarantine and resumption of economic activity and overall normalcy in the Cayman Islands. As we dare Almighty God to believe, to trust, and to pray to you, we recognize Christ's presence with us as we go through this pandemic. Bless this press conference and those who will participate, and may our hearts continue to lift up the praises to you that you deserve as you journey with us. In and through Christ we pray. Amen.
And thank you, Reverend Forrester. We now welcome our panelists, His Excellency the Governor, the Honourable Premier, and the Honourable Minister of Health. Also joining us in the studio is the Chief Medical Officer, the Director of HMCI, as well as our sign language interpreter. Joining us via Zoom are members of the media and the Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Samuel Williams Rodriguez. We go first to Dr. Lee.
Good afternoon. I thought I would give you a little description of what an R value was in just a few moments, but first of all, the figures that I know that everybody is anticipating. There are 329 results in total to give today, of which one is positive, and that is a new community-acquired case. 24 of those results were given by the Doctors' Hospital. That brings our total positives to 86. The number of symptomatic is at 8. The number of asymptomatic at 21. The number of admitted is unchanged at 2, and the number of recovered at 54. There are 98 persons in the government isolation facility and a further 100 in community isolation. Flu clinic and flu hotline calls remain quiet, with 12 patients seen in the flu clinic in the previous 24 hours and 26 flu hotline calls. So I've received a number of queries about the R value, and it is an exceedingly technical issue that it's been difficult for me to wrap my head around, so I hope I'll be able to describe it in a way that at least some of you might be able to follow. The R0 value is actually a basic reproductive number that assumes a wholly susceptible population at the beginning. So it means that at the time there would be no suppression measures put in place whatsoever, and it also assumes that there are no individuals who are either infected or immunized. So you only get an R0 value at the beginning of an outbreak, and it's a model, it's an estimate. What you'll hear of now, most countries quoting, is actually an R value, which is a time-dependent reproductive number. So every day when you calculate it, you will be able to find a different R number. The reason that I've previously mentioned, and I'll say again, is that Cayman has not bothered to produce this or to calculate it is not due to a lack of interest. It's actually because many of the tools that enable you to calculate it require something like a minimum of 60 cases per day, or a population of between 3 to 5 million, in order to get any sensible values out of any of the estimates that are available. So it really doesn't make sense for us to calculate it in Cayman. The R value also relates to whole populations, and as you're aware, and you will be aware, we've had a number of different clusters of cases in Cayman, and each of those clusters will have its own reproductive number, which is different to the R value of the whole community. And actually what most people want is to know the R value for the whole community. So I'm saying that these clusters throw off the calculation and immediately lets you understand how when you look at a small population where there's not enough infection going on, it becomes a fairly meaningless figure. Lastly, to say is there are a lot of assumptions that go into calculating the R value, and these assumptions are often generated from different countries, and different countries will have different experiences of this disease, the COVID-19. It's very likely that Cayman will have its own experience of it, whether it's due to the particular genotype of the virus that's affecting different people here, whether it's due to the social circumstances, how dense we live, other social circumstances like the relative affluence that Cayman enjoys, or other issues like, as we understand, the weather and so on, suppressing the disease. But these all influence the assumptions that go into calculating the R value, which mean that its meaningfulness decreases as you assume more and more things. I have actually calculated the R value over time for the last 60 days or so, and as you might have guessed, the results that come out produce a very low number, but it's not something that I feel is worth quoting at all because of all of the aforesaid things that I've mentioned. You'll be aware that we are working through the testing programs. We have a lot of people in construction that are lined up to be tested. We are working through the supermarkets and have worked through a lot of the frontline workers. I'm hoping to give you more information. I have some information here in front of me about some of the testing groups, but we are trying to get that in a better format in order that I can provide it for you more fully and more completely as the days go on. Thank you, John.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Lee. We're going to go straight to the media, beginning with Reshma from the Cayman Compass. Reshma?
Thank you, Donna. Good afternoon, Dr. Lee. Welcome back.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
My first question, can you give us the age ranges for the positive cases that we have? We haven't got that in a while.
I don't think it's changed much, Reshma. I saw it earlier on today, but I haven't got it written down in front of me. It's something like 14 to 85, I think. What we're planning to do is a more enhanced dashboard, and that should be coming online fairly soon. So a lot of the figures that I repeat every day, such as the number that have recovered, the number of symptomatic and asymptomatic, and including the age range, will be given on the more enhanced dashboard. That we're hoping to update that every day. At least certain of the key items will be updated every day alongside the information that we provide at the press conference. But certainly it should be available for all of the public to be able to see in a more visual format.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Now, just as for clarity, the one case that you reported today, we saw Cost You Less announce that one of their employees had tested positive. Is this the same case, or is this something different?
As you know, I wouldn't report about individual instances or give the details. I've said previously that we wouldn't be giving out details of individual institutions or organizations, but there is a striking alignment with the two announcements.
Okay, fair enough. Now, last week you made a call for essential workers to come forward, frontline workers to come forward. How has that call been answered? Are you satisfied with the number of tests that are running?
Yeah, it's been very effective, and I know some of the people who felt a little bit resistant had also been encouraged by their colleagues, and that's been as that always is. If your colleagues are encouraging you, that's I think it's done the job.
Okay, great. My final question for you. Given the position that we are in with all the hundreds of negative cases that we're getting daily, is it time for us to relax a little? And for those who would have tested negative, can they relax now that they've been cleared from COVID?
I think the real concern of mine is the fact that we're still getting these cases pop up, and we don't really understand where they're coming from. Our borders have been closed. The R value, just to explain a bit more, if you have an R value of 1 or less, then the one person that's infected is going to infect one person or less. And we believe that with an R value of less than 1, the disease will burn itself out. But with an R value of 2, then 2 people will infect 2 more people, and so on. So you get 2, 4, 8 people infected. With an R value of 3, you get 3, 9, 27. it's that multiplying factor that any one person can suddenly cause an outbreak, and as an outbreak that would result in admissions, intensive care admissions, and possibly deaths. That's what we've been trying so hard to move away from. And whilst we are still getting positives out there, we're concerned. And that's why we remain cautious about how we unlock things. I had an interesting meeting with the CARICOM chief medical officers on Monday. I know I wasn't meant to be working, but, you know, I sneaked a bit in. And there was one of the countries, a big country, was reporting that they had had no cases, and yet their ability, not only their ability to test, but the numbers of people they're testing relative to their population size is small. And they had described that they had no cases in the last 2 weeks. Well, we would have had no cases in the last 2 weeks if we hadn't been doing our screening, because nobody has come through as a sick person. They've only come through as positive cases. Because we're doing this screening, we're able to ring-fence those people through the contact tracing and protect the rest of the public. And that's what we want to continue to do as time goes along. We have the ability to test, and we'll continue to do that to try to stop this disease from catching hold, because everybody can see that it is still in Cayman. Every week we have more positives that we weren't expecting, that we hoped weren't coming, but they keep coming. So it's definitely still here.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Reshma. We go now to Wendy from CNS.
Thank you, Donna. Appreciate that. Hello, Dr. Lee. Just following on from that, do you have any concerns that the reason why we keep seeing these cases popping up in the community, given that the borders are closed and any new people arriving are in strict quarantine, that this is because those that are in self-isolation are simply not self-isolating?
I don't think so, actually, Wendy. I'm much more concerned about the fact that there is a hidden undercurrent of COVID that is still going through the community. I feel that's a more likely cause, but I don't. That's just a feeling, a sense. It's not. I don't have any facts to support it. I think the other issue is that, you know, isolating the people as we do is we're being very effective in the numbers of people that we contact trace and then isolate. I feel in general, we've had a few people that have found it hard to comply, but actually when we put a little harder pressure on them, some of them have either complied or voluntarily gone into the government isolation facility. So in general, I think I've mentioned before, we know when people are not complying, and we are able to take steps to make sure that they do, and to remedy that situation. I think it's far more likely that this, as I mentioned earlier, the disease is smouldering away in Cayman.
Okay, so you haven't had any issues. A few people have raised the question that people have been dodging the contact tracing because they don't want to be put in quarantine, because they have work and they want to keep their jobs, and because they don't feel sick, and that there has been some avoidance of being traced.
Yeah, that is always going to happen. That it will happen. I accept your point utterly. That is one of the reasons that we wanted to encourage people to come forward and encourage them to understand that it was not a punitive action, and to support them when they're in quarantine as much as we could, or in isolation as much as we could. But I accept your point.
I have just a couple of other little things. This one's probably quite minor, actually, but the world stats keep saying that we've got 3 critical people with COVID-19, and that's no longer true, is it?
No, it's not
that's
true.
That's just presumably
absolutely, it's not. I don't know where they get their stats from. If you can correct it, Wendy, that'd be great.
So that is wrong. Also, this is another issue that's come up. Is there any value to assisting you and your measurements of the spread in the community, to doing research into earlier transmission? There's a lot of people that believe that they probably had COVID late February, early March, long before we had our first confirmed patient zero. Is there any value in trying to find out whether we did have the virus so much earlier, and maybe that is where the continuous feed is, if you like, because it's asymptomatic people spreading to more asymptomatic people?
I think that we have to bear in mind the capacity of Cayman to respond to this sort of public health event, and there is a limited capacity. We have poured enormous resources into it, both in terms of financial and manpower resources, and done, I believe, incredibly well with what we have achieved to date. The sort of thing that you're talking about would be interesting from a scientific perspective, but all the time the Ministry of Health needs to decide what is the information that is going to drive and change policy, and that is the information that we are trying to generate in order to assist the Cabinet and the government to make decisions for the good of the people. And currently, doing PCR testing tells us where we are today. I absolutely understand that it would be very interesting to know whether people had it, and I'm pretty sure they did. I agree that the WHO criteria for testing are too strict, would not pick up asymptomatic or what we call porci. Porci is a Latin Greek word for little, small number of symptoms, porci-symptomatic people. Yes, it would be interesting, but it's not something that we are currently able to do. It is possible that in the future we can still go backwards, because doing testing of IgG will tell us probably what historically we had. And Public Health England have already mooted that they might be willing to help the overseas territories in such an investigation. But part of me does question how that would change the policy decisions we're making now.
Yeah, exactly. So it is something for those people that seem very interested in it. All of a sudden, it's something down the line, and it's not. It would have no policy value right now. I'm interested too, but it wouldn't change. I don't feel so. No, I think the current testing of who actually has it and expanding that as much as we can to isolate the infected people and protect the public is the right way to be going for Cayman now. Okay. Other than test numbers, that would be my final question, which is, Dr. Williams spoke about 400 to 450. We're still falling short of that. Is there any movement on those numbers getting increased? That figure is broken down by hoping that the HSA will produce between 300 to 350 a day, and hoping Doctors Hospital will produce up to 100 a day. So that's where that figure comes from. I understand that Doctors Hospital has had a challenge in the laboratory for the last 24 hours, which I think will resolve itself. And that's why we only have, as I mentioned, 24 from Doctors Hospital today. Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. I appreciate answering all those. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. We now go to Ralph from the Caymanian Times.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lee, and thank you for your presentation. I just have one question. And can employers make testing mandatory for all of their employees?
No. It's not. I don't think it's reasonable. Everybody's health is a personal issue. I think you can encourage. I guess I'd revise that and say a healthcare provider could do so and are doing so. But I think if you're I suspect your question was more around a general employer. Yes. I think it would be difficult to do so, because to actually force somebody to have a medical test would be considered assault under the law. You're also pulling me into employment law, which is really not my expertise. So that would be my feeling, but you'd need to speak to an employment lawyer, I think, to get a definitive answer about the law on that one. I'll revise somewhat.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Donna.
Okay, thank you very much, Ralph. We go now to April from Radio Cayman.
Hi, Dr. Lee.
Afternoon.
Basically, the two stores have said that they have had employees test positive for COVID-19, and we're starting to get a lot of questions about what the protocol is in instances like this, what the quarantine procedures are. They're saying, hey, if people coming into the country have to be, in isolation for 14 days and their families and contacts and those sorts of things, they just want an understanding of what the policy is regarding someplace like a store or any other business that has high traffic and a lot of people in close contact with each other. Could you touch on that a little bit for us?
I think it doesn't really change whether you're talking about a store or a frontline worker. or a garage or anything else, anywhere where there's mixing of people, you have to go back to the basics that we've been talking about all along, which is hand hygiene, respiratory etiquette, distancing from people, wearing masks when you're in public. These are all vital things. As far as the store, I mean, every different area will have different specific needs for that industry. So food suppliers, food handlers, construction, the supermarkets are all slightly different. There is a lot of guidance out there for each of the different industries, and the larger the organization, it's saying, should consider doing a risk analysis before restarting their businesses after COVID, or if they're still in business, to consider. And I know that the supermarkets have done, as I've seen the documents, and I know that other industries are doing exactly the same thing. So it's a question of doing a risk analysis for larger organizations, the smaller organizations, to remember the basics about hand hygiene being the most important of all of those things, because it's touching people. That's where things are likely to transfer from one to another, and secondary after that would be the distancing.
And you spent a bit of time talking about this, but I missed a very basic piece of information, which is really just, what is that R value used for? Like, what would its value be to us?
It's about essentially it's about it's again what we were talking about, driving policy. It's about considering, do we need to move more into a lockdown, or can we afford to unlock a bit if we feel that if the virus is not spreading, the R value is less than 1. Again, as I said, we can't calculate it for Cayman, but if it's less than 1, then you can afford to start opening and seeing what happens to the R value with your unlock, because it's something that changes with time and that you can reassess every day or every minute.
And finally, I just, from listening to you, get the sense that you are aware of how much we don't actually know about COVID-19. That there may be other things going on, but it sounds like we are just operating the best we can with the information we have. Is that a fair assessment of what we're doing?
I think it's a fair assessment of what the world is doing, yes. There are lots of things that we'll know with time, like the issue of exactly what happens in children, like the issue of how long can somebody be infectious, because we think it may only be 7 days, for example, but we're keeping people, because we don't know that answer, we're keeping people much more cautiously up to 14 or until they've got 2 negative tests. But there is some evidence to say that you're not actually shedding live virus. Virus cannot be cultured from you after 7 days. But we don't have enough hard evidence in order to say, okay, we have the confidence, after 7 days, you're good to go. The 7-day issue was slightly different in England. It wasn't, I don't believe it was based on that data. I believe it was based on different decisions. So I don't want you to confuse that 7-day issue with what they're doing in the UK. Because in the UK, they made that 7-day decision because people are, the rate of virus in their blood is dropping, and because they accepted that the virus is already widespread in the community. But we've seen that people can get really quite sick after the 7-day period, for example. There are lots of unknowns, I agree.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, April. Thank you, Dr. Lee. We're now going to go to our Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Donna. Hello, everyone. I just want to pick up on what Dr. Lee was saying and some of the discussions that we've been having with him over the course of the past few months. Also center on some of the things that were discussed today and the decisions that the government takes in relation to this matter and has taken all along are driven and influenced very heavily by the public health considerations and by the high degree of ignorance that still exists generally about COVID-19. What we have done, and for which we have been criticized in some quarters, is we've erred on the side of caution all along. And thus, at this point, Cayman is not in the position of most countries in the world who are seeking to balance the challenges of saving lives and saving livelihoods as they try to unlock various aspects of their economy, and making decisions based on falling or rising death counts. And we don't ever want to get there either. So our considerations with respect to unlocking the economy are in many ways different than considerations that are the case in other places like the UK, even places like Germany. I won't even talk about the United States. We are still trying everything we can to eliminate the virus, not eradicate it. The two are not the same. And I think we are doing quite a good job. But the decisions about unlocking the economy have to be guided by the testing, by the results that we are getting. Thus, the thrust now to test frontline personnel. And frankly, the results are showing what I think most of us expected, is that there is still a significant amount of COVID virus out there. The fact that we haven't had a single person turn up at the hospital with COVID-19 symptoms in the last couple of weeks is a good sign in one way, but very worrying in another. It means that there are no very sick people out there. And that is a very good thing. But it also raises the big question is how many asymptomatic people are there out there that are capable of passing the virus on to others? And that's what this testing is designed to try to suss out and to allow us to identify those persons to the extent they need treatment, treat them, isolate them, trace their contacts, and test them as well. And the more of that testing that we do, the better idea that we will have about the prevalence of the virus more broadly in the community, because these are frontline personnel that are being tested now. Now, we unlocked the first area of the economy last week, Monday. That put another 6,000 people, more or less, back into circulation. Those are principally delivery personnel, delivering services, delivering products. And so far, the testing is not showing any significant difference, no spikes. But it is still, today is Wednesday, so that is, 10 days. So we should start to see something if it's coming about. That is in cases where people are symptomatic, but a high percentage of people in this territory, this country, seem to be asymptomatic, so we have to bear all that in mind. I say that to lead into the next, the discussion about the next phase of the reopening, which we propose to begin next Tuesday, since Monday is a public holiday next week. And that area would involve aspects of construction and development, and the Home Depots and hardware and related stores and garages and so forth. Now we're talking about a significantly greater number of people. We're talking now not about 6,000, but somewhere between 8,000 and 9,000 new people, or they're not new people, but people coming back into the workforce, back into circulation. And we do need to do that in a staged way, because it is impossible for us to test a significant percentage of 9,000 people in a week or two. And so particularly with respect to construction, we are still working very hard on a plan which I hope we will be able to announce on Friday as to how we reopen that sector. We have been, in the last week or so, engaged in discussions with developers, with the construction companies, with Dr. Lee, with public health, about how we go about that exercise. And some construction workers have been tested so far, but we're not where we need to be. The number is quite overwhelming from our standpoint. When I was told that there are over 1,900 entities with trade and business licenses to operate within the development and construction sector. I was completely bowled over. So we had to try to break it down into more manageable numbers. So we've looked, for instance, at the number of active permits that are out there with respect to projects. And then we've looked again at the number of projects which were actually under construction at the time that the lockdown was imposed, and we get down to an even smaller number, 150 odd. So we're working on that basis in the hope that beginning next week, a number of projects, those where the developers and contractors are ready to go, would be able to start. And over the course of the next couple of weeks, we would be able to roll out or to reopen just about every aspect of that industry, that part of the economy, where there are actually active permits. By that point, we should have significant numbers of test results, which will help to inform the next step and the next way forward. As I said before, opening up that sector means necessarily that you must open up Home Depots and hardware stores, because it's impossible for that sector to work without that. And again, you're looking at another 300-400 people. And now you're also looking at customers being able to go into enclosed spaces. So again, the risks there are significantly higher, and that's why it's so important that we do as much of this testing as we possibly can. I can say that my caucus, my government, has been working over the course of yesterday, and it'll be the case again today and tomorrow, at how we, at the form that the new shelter-in-place regulations will take when they expire over the course of this weekend. And in addition to that as well, the issue of hard curfew, especially the hard curfew on Sunday, and to the extent to which those need to be modified or changed. Again, we are trying to do this in a careful way, while recognizing and acknowledging the pressures and stresses and frustrations that everybody in the country are facing as a result of these restrictions, but also bearing in mind that so far there is no country in the world that has successfully reopened and not had to back up and take stock again as the R number increases. That is, as there is a spike in infections and in deaths. We are striving really hard to avoid that happening. And the result of the testing over the course of these 2 weeks will heavily influence our view about the degree of or the prevalence of the virus in the broader community. By that point, we should be over 10,000 test results, which I think will give us a very good idea of where we are. There is, as Dr. Lee said, no question that COVID-19 is in the community. I think what we can say with confidence is that there is not a whole lot of it, but in a way that can lull us into a false sense of security. And if we are not careful, we could having made all of these sacrifices and having achieved this level of success, very quickly in 3 or 4 weeks, be thrown into complete and utter crisis with our medical facilities overwhelmed by the sheer number of very sick people. One of the marvelous things we've been able to do so far is to, by and large, keep the virus away from the most vulnerable in this community. The older people who have underlying medical issues have largely been shielded from it. And I think in large part, that is why we have so far had only the one unfortunate death of patient 0. So we are looking, and I know people are interested in this, so I'm trying to remind myself, we are looking very carefully at the issue of fishing. We know what pressures there are about that, and also about access to the beach. I can say that we have certainly decided that the beaches should be reopened, but only for the purposes of exercise. That is in the next shelter in place regulations. Not today, because I know people will jump quick on this. Not right now. I'm giving you some insight into what we are discussing for the next iteration when the shelter in place, the current shelter in place provisions expire at the weekend, but not generally, because there are still significant concerns expressed by Dr. Lee and shared by us about partying, for lack of a better word, or encouraging the sort of partying and socializing on the beach at this particular time, socializing anywhere, quite frankly, at this time. Perhaps if everything keeps going the way it is going, another 2 weeks, we might be in a position where we can relax that issue and say to people that the numbers of people who can get together would be allowed to increase without too much risk. But we are not there yet, and we won't be there by this weekend. But that is certainly one of the things that we are looking at lifting. The other thing that we are trying to work out how we do is to lift the hard curfew on Sunday. And so we need to have some discussions with the commissioner about that as well. But assuming that all goes well, we should see some significant relaxation in the current level of restrictions starting on Tuesday of next week, or as early as Sunday, with respect to the hard curfew of this week. I say that to tell people that there is real hope and promise that what we are doing is working, and that we will, in a few weeks, be able to get back to some level of normality in the way that we live and work and operate in Cayman, albeit with our borders closed and albeit with significant economic challenges ahead. I can also say that the government has spent quite a bit of time now working at and looking at the current economic, not just projections, but the current economic state and financial state of the government, and more broadly at what we can continue to do to stimulate and to support and to help businesses, particularly small businesses, to get through this next period. As I've said more than once, development and construction is a key, very, very key to what we are trying to do, to essentially operate on the basis of just one of our regular industries that require inward investment and inward flow of people and money. Development and construction, we think, can go a long way to help to plug that huge gap that there is. And it's going to be a gap not just in what people who live here, businesses who operate here make, but also, and many people will forget this, there are other concerns, the revenue that government derives. For without that revenue, government is not able to do the things it needs to do, despite the fact that we have put aside a considerable rainy day account, which we are dipping heavily into now. I think I'll leave that there. There'll be lots to report on Friday when we come back. But just to say that I apparently struck something of a nerve with my learned friends at the last press conference, when I expressed my frustration at some of the hate mail, quite frankly, that I've been receiving from a number of people, particularly from some attorneys who tend to be a bit more threatening in their tone when they write you about the way the government has gone about and is going about managing this crisis. And a number of my friends have written to me being very supportive. Well, I got one or two more love letters from those that don't quite agree. But I thought that I should read an email which I received from the president of the Cayman Islands Legal Practitioners Association, since that is the representative body for attorneys in these islands and has more than 900 members. It is addressed to me and the Attorney General. Dear Honorable AG and Honorable Premier, I trust that you and your families are well in these challenging times. The Premier's remarks re attorneys in today's press briefing were noted by a number of attorneys. I want to assure you that the legal profession is supportive of the government's handling of this crisis to date. CILPA, the Cayman Islands Legal Practitioners Association, has been working in partnership with the Ministry to support the jurisdiction through this difficult period. That work has included drafting proposed new legislation to support Cayman's economic recovery, drafting guidelines for reopening of the legal sector in due course, and engaging with the Ministry on these and other important matters on a daily basis. As you know, individual attorneys will have their personal views. Those views may well differ from CILPA's and from the shared view of the majority of attorneys. As a representative body for the vast majority of attorneys, CILPA makes no criticism of the government's handling of the current crisis. We will continue to support Cayman's recovery in any way possible and will continue to work with the government to advance a shared goal of a broad and sustained economic recovery for these islands. If it would be helpful to speak on this at any point, please let me know. Regards, David Collins, President, CILPA. So I'm very happy that the views that have been expressed, the rather strident views, appear to be not shared by the majority of the legal profession, of which I have been a member for 32 years. I also have a wife and daughter who are lawyers as well, in case anyone thinks that I might have some bias against lawyers. I just want to make one point, though, with respect to an article that was published by the Cayman Islands, by the Caymanian Compass, attributed to Mr. James Austin Smith. Now, there's been a number of these bits of correspondence that I've received, and that article also seems to address that, which either infer or state directly concerns about breaches of people's civil rights under our Bill of Rights. Because the nature of what we're doing does infringe upon what one would normally expect are people's rights of movement and an ability to enjoy various amenities and so forth. But these are expressly carved out in our Bill of Rights in cases such as this, where there are concerns about public health generally and the spread of infectious, contagious diseases. I am entirely satisfied, as is the Attorney General and others who have looked at it, that all of the measures we have taken so far are reasonable and proportionate to the risks that we are seeking to address and the challenges that we are trying to deal with. What I found curious, though, is that among the many rights that are cited in much of this correspondence, little or no regard is given to what is considered by constitutional lawyers, human rights lawyers the world over, to be the paramount right, and that is the right to life. Now, it seems to be inferred that the right to life is something that is limited to only healthy and young people. but the right to life is not in any way qualified. Whether a person is 102 years old, as Mr. Ethel Ebanks is, who I wished happy birthday a few weeks ago, or whether you are some young, buff attorney, 35 years old, who thinks that you are immortal, you have the same right to life. And the government has an obligation to defend that right of Miss Ethel to live to be as old as nature allows her, as it is to protect the right to life to the young, buff attorney. That, I think, is what has been missing from just about everything that has been written to me. All of the other rights seem to trump in the minds of those who correspond with me. That paramount, what is the paramount right, guaranteed on the bills of rights all over the world, the right to life. So I would just ask everyone to bear that in mind, that because she is old and infirm does not mean that her right to expect her life to be protected is any less than yours because you are young and strong and healthy. I do not profess to be a human rights lawyer, but I spent almost 9 years working on the current Bill of Rights in our Constitution with some of the best constitutional lawyers in the Commonwealth. And I think I have at least a basic understanding of what it says, what it means. And I have looked at bills of rights from almost every country in the world, certainly everyone in the Commonwealth. Ours is as good as just about any of them. So please believe me when I say that we are not doing anything, nor would I countenance the government to do anything which I believed was in breach of what our Constitution provides for, and in particular, our Bill of Rights and Responsibilities, which is part of the 2009 Constitution Order.
Thank you, Honourable Premier McLaughlin, Your Excellency.
Yes, thank you very much, Donna, and good afternoon, everybody. I think I would sort of describe where we are at the moment. All of us feel a real sense of cautious optimism about the position that we're in. And let me just pay tribute to the Premier and his team and his caucus and everyone around him for what I know is a huge amount of work going on behind the scenes to respond to this quite unprecedented crisis. We're optimistic because I think it is really significant that we've had nobody for over 2 weeks now with symptoms of COVID-19 reporting to our clinics, and our clinics remain very quiet. I do think that is really important. But we're cautious because, as John Lee rightly said, we do still have these cases of COVID-19 popping up from our screening. So I think that means we can, as the Premier has said, move to the next phase of our suppression strategy, moving to level 3 next week. But we have to do that in a careful and cautious manner, keeping the social distancing going, basic hygiene, and really just trying to avoid groups of people meeting, which is still a huge risk for us. But I think we can be confident and we can be optimistic and we can be hopeful that we are making extremely good progress. I want to just say a little bit about evacuation flights. A lot of work going on behind the scenes. First of all, I would like to reassure Indian and Filipino nationals that we're working very hard to arrange evacuation flights for them. We have been in touch with the British High Commission in New Delhi and the British Embassy in Manila, and we are making progress, and I do expect to be able to make an announcement about flights for those nationals very soon. We also have the 2 flights to Miami on Friday. I think there are a very small number of seats still left on one of those flights. We have the Dominican Republic flight on the 17th of May, and there are, again, a very small number of seats still available on that, and there is a Canada flight on the 22nd, which we've spoken about before. And one other point of detail, for the Miami flights, there will be about 80 people coming back in on one of those flights. I also want to just say a quick word, because I've been asked a number of times to give an update on the Defence Regiment. I think it is worth saying again that because of COVID-19, we had to pause work on the Defence Regiment. But I think it was Winston Churchill who said, never waste a crisis. And I think that in this crisis, we have actually got an opportunity to make faster progress with the Defence Regiment than we had hoped was possible. So the UK has agreed that 5 of our junior officers can go to Sandhurst for 2 months military training at the beginning of next month, of course, managing all the COVID-19 risks. But I do think that is an incredible opportunity. They would have gone to Bermuda for their training. We're also going to push ahead with recruitment of the Defence Regiment, so 50 part-time reservists, again managing the COVID-19 risks. But it's because we have the security assistance team from the UK Ministry of Defence here with us that we're able to make that progress. And a reminder again that regiment is primarily focused on hurricane assistance. So I think it will be a really positive step if we can make progress in spite of everything else that is going on. I just want to say a quick word about the civil service and working from home. This has proved to be a real revelation in just how many people have been able to increase their productivity, enjoy a better work-life balance, and just work in a much more flexible way. I think it's very noteworthy that across the world, people are looking at working from home in a very different way. The head of the UK Foreign Office has now said that all UK Foreign Office jobs, the default mechanism should be working from home. And I think it gives us an opportunity to build back better. And certainly as we look at traffic flows in the islands, having a different way of civil servants getting to work with many more of them at home will certainly help us to handle that better in the future. And finally, I just want to make a shout out to Derek Byrne, our police commissioner, and his officers, plus CBC and the special constables who continue to do an outstanding job for us on the front line after what is now many weeks of an extraordinary situation. But a particular shout out today to PC Marina Connolly, who has been working for RCIPS for 38 years. She is the longest serving female in our police service, and I want to congratulate Marina on really outstanding service over such a long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Minister?
Yep. Thank you very much, Donna. Good afternoon, everyone. Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac, and our Caymanian diaspora listening in. I think if people were in the room, I think the Premier deserves a lot of praise. And if they were in the room, I would say he deserves a clap. But for more than is seen, and in the way that he cares for this nation and his thoughtfulness, and I say that being in the trenches and behind the scenes, and I thank you so much, Premier. I know this job is not an easy job. No job that is worthy is easy. So I thank you for your contributions to this country. I hope it is well noted in later years. Yes, we are making good progress here in the Cayman Islands. Little Cayman is freed up, and Cayman Brac mostly, combing our way to Grand Cayman. But some are in such a rush, in such of a hurry to get back to normal way of life. They would go to any lengths to disrupt good progress, and I think we have made good progress. The old African proverb says, always being in a hurry does not prevent debt. Neither does going slowly prevent living. A patient person never misses a thing. Yes, people want to fish. So do I. Want to enjoy the beach. So do I. And want to go back to work. Well, I am. But should we do so without care and consideration? It's not like the COVID-19 is totally gone. I gather some don't care about that, but we have a lot that do care about it. And this is the Cayman Islands, the last I checked. Maybe those who don't have elderly parents or young children, or their industry is still going strong and well, or they're as fit as a fiddle and feel invincible until that virus grabs you. It's not prejudice, I can tell you that. And I believe respect is due, and we have to trust the duly elected leaders of this country and show appreciation for what we have done and how responsible we were and continue to be. Life has to be supreme and of paramount importance. And we don't need anyone trying to create unrest in this country. And when you vehemently show public dissent to something that is working and has been proven. So our caucus is working very hard and worked until almost 10 p.m. last night, and for hours upon hours. And we're trying to ensure that we consider most effects of our action. Please be responsible with the latitude that you heard Premier speaking about earlier and the stuff that we're working on for next week and trying to free up a little bit more. Freedom does have its responsibility. Today's scripture is from Colossians 3:12-14. Therefore, as God's chosen people, holy and dearly loved, clothe yourselves with compassion, kindness, humility, gentleness, and patience. Bear with each other and forgive one another if any of you have a grievance against someone. Forgive as the Lord forgave you. And over all these virtues, put on love, which binds them all together in perfect unity. Shout out today to Papa John's Pizza for all the meals delivered to the HSA. Thank you so much. Also, happy birthday to Miss Eloise Seymour. May God give you strength to see many, many more. And Eloise. Today, as mentioned last week, the World Health Organization has designated 2020 as the year of the nurse and the midwife. And on behalf of my cabinet colleagues and the people of the Cayman Islands, I again extend our collective gratitude to all those who serve these islands in this noble profession. Today we recognize 208 nurses at the Health Services Authority and another 300 in the private sector. This year has given us even more reasons to celebrate the nursing profession as they work on the front lines during this pandemic. Yesterday, May 12th, marked International Nurses Day, celebrating the 200th anniversary of Florence Nightingale's birthday, a woman who founded the modern field of nursing. Some of our own Caymanian nurses have made such a great impact on our islands. I can think of a few who have been honored by the Queen for their contributions to the medical field here. It should be noted that this is the first time the World Health Organization has designated a year for a single professional group, signifying their essential role in the health and well-being of our population and the inextricable link between health, national development, and economic sustainability. I have quoted the famous Roman poet Virgil before, but it seems fitting to say it again, as truly this year, we have been reminded more than ever the greatest wealth is health. This country and our people owe a huge debt of gratitude to all the men and women who have served in various capacities throughout every generation, from the early pioneers to the many dedicated and diverse professionals who now make up the profession and provide care in a variety of settings in the Cayman Islands, with one shared objective: to provide the best health care to every single person on these islands. All of us have been touched by the comfort and reassurance that nurses provide, as they have been with us from birth and will be throughout our lives, caring for health. Nursing is a profession that never sleeps, that work around the clock, 24 hours a day, 365 days per year. During this COVID-19 crisis, they are working long shifts, wearing hot, heavy PPEs, and in some cases, isolating themselves from home, and an added sacrifice to keep their loved ones safe. They are making sacrifices every day by showing up at work and putting themselves on the front line. It is truly a selfless and honorable profession, and those who are called to it are the heroes amongst us. The field of nursing is one in great need around the globe, and especially here at home. I'm pleased the nursing program at the University College of the Cayman Islands to provide career opportunity for Caymanians pursuing a nursing career. This program is essential to ensure the sustainability of our healthcare system with the next generation of our young Caymanian nurses to care for our country. I encourage everyone in our community to find an opportunity and in your own unique way to show appreciation to these dedicated nurses. I salute and thank all nurses and midwives, whether in the public or private sector, for your commitment to these islands and the years of devotion and caring for our people. Congratulations to you on a well-deserved recognition of this year, dedicated in your honor, and I wish for all of you a long and successful career in this, your chosen profession. I also wish to provide an update on two other important matters today. Firstly, on the musician stipend. The register of interested persons have been finalized with over 200 names. During the course of today, those individuals will be sent a one-page form via email to assist with the process of final vetting and payment. The form can be accessed on the ministry's website, www.ministryofhealth.gov.ky. That's www.ministryofhealth.gov.ky, as well as the hard copy available at the government admin building, staff entrance at the security desk. The ministry is aiming to effect payment on all approved submissions by the end of this month, providing there are no issues with setup of persons in the government payment system, which may delay final payments by a further 2 weeks. We understand these are difficult times, and we sincerely appreciate patience in this regard as we strive to make these payments with urgency. Secondly, as mentioned previously, my ministry is also pursuing a temporary means for assistance with health insurance premiums for qualified persons. By the end of today, an application form and additional information will be available on www.dhrs.gov.ky. That's dhrs.gov.ky, or by hard copy by sending a request to the Health Insurance Commission at hic@gov.ky. Additional locations for collection of the forms will be announced shortly as well. Persons who may not have been able to pay their April health insurance premiums and in need of assistance should respond by May 22nd to the HIC as per details on the application form. I thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Premier McLaughlin.
Donna, I have I have to make a correction. I've been advised by at least 28 people the last I checked that I don't have a daughter, but that I have 2 sons.
Yes.
So I just want to make that correction. Slip of the tongue, no fault of the brain.
You have a lot on your head, is what I've been telling people. Like, he's a busy man. You got a lot on your brain.
It is one of my few sources of regret that I don't have a daughter, but I don't have a daughter.
Thank you very much. Okay, so with that, we're going to go straight to members of the media, beginning with Shanda Gallego at Radio Cayman.
Thank you, Donna. Pleasant good afternoon to each and every one of you. I direct this question to Dr. Samuel Williams Rodriguez, if he's available.
He is, yes.
Okay, perfect. Or even our health minister. I know our health minister, Mr. Seymour, you mentioned some time ago that especially during this COVID-19 pandemic, ensuring that chronic medical conditions are managed and under control is a top priority for healthcare providers. And you also mentioned that individuals should be reminded to pick up their prescriptions from the HSA pharmacy at their earliest opportunity. Now, we're seeing a number of establishments or facilities taking up delivery service of prescriptions, i.e. Doctors Express. Just want to know, in regards to HSA, is this something that the HSA has considered or would consider implementing in order to, reduce the traffic flow or make it a little easier for those in need of their prescriptions?
Well, Dr. Williams is on. Dr. Williams, can you address the answer for us?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, the HSA actually have implemented this in the past of delivering medication to persons in need that needed to be their medication. Also, we have implemented another pharmacy at the Smith Road Center for refills. We have a system for patients to call in for refills, and we have assigned doctors in the general practice clinic just to prescribe the refill for these patients. We have different approach in order to make that access much better for patients to get their medication. If a patient needs their medication and they cannot come to the hospital for whatever reason, they need to let us know, and we will make sure that the staff of the pharmacy or the general practice department and nurse will take the medication to them.
Okay, so there's actually delivery services that, prescriptions can be delivered right to their door, straight to their door.
For cases for patients that cannot come to the hospital for a particular reason, because they're not able to, we will make arrangement to deliver the medication to them.
Okay, I suffice with that one. Thank you so much.
Shanda, I just want to add to that, that I personally had to assist someone in ensuring that their medications was delivered. Part of what the HSA is doing is delivering the medication at least to the district clinics in each district. And I had that happen this week, which is much closer, and one of their family members or someone else can pick it up. I guess with the distance, the social distancing and everything else, and actually going and trying to find someone's home and the correct home, etc. They're probably just leaving it at the district clinics.
Okay, and I do know that there is also the drop box, I believe, for the prescriptions that is also available for individuals.
Yes, but most are using the WhatsApp method.
The WhatsApp method, right. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, Shanda, if that's it for your questions, we're going to go on to Wendy at CNS. Wendy, please go ahead.
Thank you, Donna. I'll try and keep my questions short because it's been a long briefing today. But I just want to check, because of the amount of public interest, whether the Premier did manage to discuss the issue of early learning centres with his caucus yesterday, and whether there's any movement on childcare issues for people next week.
Yes, we did have a bit of a discussion about it, but we've also had advice from Dr. Lee. I think probably next briefing we'll talk about that in more detail. That would be considered a very dangerous move at this stage. The reopening of early learning centers.
Okay, thank you for that. Sorry, I'm a bit disorganized today. I don't know how that's happening. Oh, yes. The main government, some of the major government offices that people are starting to ask questions about. Do you have any timelines for things like the passport office opening or the DVDL? Is government still waiting on those kind of things to be down in the next phase? So it wouldn't be in phase 2, it would be in phase 3.
I think I really should have the governor weigh in on this, but we are going to try, I think, to keep as many civil servants out of the building as possible for as long as possible if what they do can be done from home.
Right.
Or online or whatever the case may be. But I think the governor can probably address this better than I can.
I mean, I think the Premier's summed it up exactly correctly, Wendy, and as I said earlier as well, we are trying to keep as many civil servants as home at the moment. Those that can work from home and can operate from home should do so. But so there's no major change in this next phase.
Okay, cool. So wherever possible, if people have concerns about services that they need from government, they should be trying to find out whether they can do most of it online.
Yes.
Okay. And the final thing really is the plan. People just keep saying the economic plan, you know, when will it be made public?
Well, we're still working on it. But I'm hoping early next week we should be able to publish something that people can see what the situation is in terms of what the experts have told us, the economists and so forth, about not just the local situation but the global situation, and then about the measures that the government has taken, because some of these things we've already done, and the measures that we are proposing to take as we go forward. But it's very well advanced.
Okay. That's all I've got. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for those questions. Wendy, we now go to Reshma from the Compass.
Thank you, Donna. My first question goes to the Premier. You announced some good news here that everybody has been waiting to hear. The beaches are going to be open and marine activity is going to start. I had a couple of questions come in regards to diving. Is that going to be part of the consideration as we move into the next phase of unlocking Cayman?
No.
Can you say at what stage we'll get to that point? Are you waiting for the final stage of all clear?
Well, I don't know when we'll get to all clear. It's risk assessment as we go along. We'll need to take advice. I haven't actually asked Dr. Lee specifically for advice about diving, but I would think based on sort of the general principles that we are applying across this, that perhaps by the next, assuming everything goes okay, 2 weeks from Monday next, I would hope.
Okay, great. Thank you. My next question goes to the governor in relation to the UK flight, the arrangements for the Indian and Philippines nationals. Have you moved forward with the talks to implement waivers for the transit visas for these individuals who may be going on these flights? Do you have any update on that you can share with us?
Yes, we have, Reshma. We've had good discussions with UK Border Force, and we believe we have solutions around those issues.
Okay, now we've heard in every briefing the push for testing and for people to come forward. On Monday, you shared with us that you shared with the community that you were also subjected to testing and the results came back negative. It may be helpful if you would be willing to share your experience and maybe what that experience was like and a message for the community, those who may be apprehensive about coming forward to do testing. Would you be willing to do that?
I mean, it was a very quick process, and I do think it is important that people on the front line are tested. And I think John Lee confirmed today that we've had really good response in recent days. So I don't see that as a particular issue now. But yeah, it was a very quick process and over in a flash.
Okay. Now, my next question goes to the Health Minister. You talked about the assistance for health insurance premiums. What is the criteria to access that assistance? Do you have that information readily available?
No. Once you go on the websites that I mentioned earlier, that would be hic.gov.ky, or the www.dhrs.gov.ky. I have roughly some idea, but I don't want to second guess. I don't have it in front of me. It was long discussions with all the stakeholders, and just happy that we were able to get to this point. And something that I think that the caucus would support.
Okay. As you're on the mic, can you provide us with an update on what's happening with negotiations with Cuba to bring their medical personnel here? Are we still considering that as an avenue given our low numbers of COVID-19?
That's a very good question, and given our numbers here in Cayman, the Cuban government has actually been trying to assist other more urgent requests instead. We are most thankful that for where we are in terms of the numbers we're seeing, and are hopeful that this trend will continue, whereby we won't need the additional outside medical assistance. But this dialogue was started, and it's most important that it actually started. So if needed, we can quickly pick up on this. But no urgency at this point, and we're thankful to God for that.
Okay, thank you. I have a quick question for Dr. Lee in relation to plans for those coming back on the repatriation flights. If there are plans to allow those who are coming from Cayman Brac to go to Cayman Brac to isolate, or is it mandatory that everyone has to stay in the government facilities once they get to Grand Cayman?
The people coming back to the Cayman Islands will be required to stay in the government isolation facility on Grand Cayman until they leave it, and part of that leaving process may be to move on to the sister islands.
Okay, and one final question in relation to the isolation. I had a family reach out to me who are on that flight, and they have a 2-month-old baby. They're asking if the baby will have to be tested. What's the policy when it comes to children and testing?
Yes, we've tested a lot of babies. A lot of babies have been tested to date, and we've not had a problem. So we are testing all ages. So yes,
okay, great.
the baby would need to be tested. Sorry. The baby would need to be tested, yes.
The baby will be needed?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you for clearing that up.
Okay, thank you, Reshma. Thank you, Dr. Lee. We go finally back to Shanda Gallego from Radio Cayman. Shanda, please go ahead.
Yes. Donna, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. We appreciate our Radio Cayman listeners who daily submit questions and concerns for our daily briefing. And I believe I would direct this one to Premier. Not sure if you're in a position to address this or if you're able to provide any comments or clarification on this matter. And I would like to caveat this with the knowledge that you did mention it some time ago that opening preschools will be the last on the list. We got a question from a listener saying the majority of children who attend preschools are Caymanian. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to fix this here. Sorry, I'm having a little problem with my computer right now. Yes, the majority of children who attend preschools are Caymanian. For the island to be able to function on an efficient level when schools are able to reopen, it is vital for preschools to still exist. Preschools do not get a grant from government, as is the case with private schools. The question is there any possible funding available from government to assist with a stipend and to pay health insurance for preschool staff to help keep the schools afloat? That's the first question from them.
I'm not aware that there's any current program in place, but it is something we're prepared to look at. We're prepared to look at just about anything, frankly, and decide whether or not it is something that government can and should assist with, because we're very cognizant that these are exceptional times and that it is going to be very difficult for many businesses, particularly small businesses, to survive in the current climate without some assistance.
Agreed. The second question, they're speaking on Early Childhood Assistance Program, ECAP, and that's an agreement between parents and the Ministry of Education to assist parents with fees for their children for the school year. Now, this agreement is budgeted by government, and parents are expected that this is still being paid. Now, they're saying that the last payment received by preschools was March 2020, and they're asking when will schools receive payment for April and subsequent months?
Oh, you're really pressing my knowledge now, aren't you?
I know I am.
The best I can do is to ask about it. I don't have that detailed knowledge.
Got you.
But I will ask.
So much.
I will ask.
Appreciate that. And I do have one question that could go for you or Governor Roper. But are you guys concerned, or should we be concerned, with the potential of more panic buying in preparation for the hurricane season 2020?
But I hope not. I think Cayman has demonstrated over the course of the last few months that, and this is not government so much, this is the private sector who deal with this, that they are more than capable of managing the challenges that go along with that, even when there is a significant reduction in overall supply overseas, that they have the necessary contacts and abilities to ensure that Cayman continues to be well supplied with whatever we need. So I wouldn't, and especially since just about everybody has less money available now, I wouldn't invest it in panic buying. In any event, I know I'm tempting fate now, but it is our hurricane season. This part of the Caribbean, Northwest Caribbean, is generally from about the middle of August going through November. So I wouldn't rush to do that now in May.
Okay. Thank you, Premier. I don't know if Governor Roper, you have any comments?
Well, no, I mean, I agree with that. And as we've repeatedly said, there's no reason for anybody to be panic buying at the present time. So I don't have anything more to add than that.
Thank you very much. That's it from me.
Okay, thank you, Shanda. I do have a question, lots of questions, but we'll end with this one. Premier McLaughlin, will all MLAs or elected officials be tested at some point? As I understand, some are being asked to be tested.
Well, I don't have the power to make it mandatory. but obviously, if that's what they want, or if there's a reason to do so, then of course you would expect them to go ahead with it. I'm sure that if NMLAs say, I really need to be tested, that Dr. Lee and his team will make them a priority, and perhaps knock some more needy person out of the line so they get there. But we need to bear that in mind.
You have something to say? Thank you.
Not really on that, but I think most of them, the MLAs that have contacted me, want to be tested. People feel that they've been out there, but most are feeling fine, which is great. I just wanted to mention that the second set of masks has arrived, and I think an email should have been sent out today to all 19 MLAs in all 19 constituencies for them to collect the second set of masks. I think the chief officer, acting chief officer Pucci, was getting that ready from 9 this morning. So for persons who need masks, that mask is going to be the way of life for the next few phases. Whatever we do, it will include face coverings entering public buildings, like supermarkets, pharmacies, etc. And we'll try to do our best to try to furnish as much as we can through this magnitude. There are other methods that are going on with the Red Cross and so forth. I'm personally doing it myself, driving around and trying to hand out. I want to say happy birthday also to May Douglas. Happy birthday, May. Thank you.
Thank you. Any final words? No final words. Okay, so with that, before we go, a reminder from the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Derek Byrne. The following curfew restrictions remain in place until May 15th. So please listen carefully. The soft curfew or shelter-in-place regulations on Grand Cayman remains in place between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. That's Monday to Saturday. Of course, we know that the hard curfew or full lockdown is for everyone except essential services personnel here, and that remains in operation here on Grand Cayman as well as on Cayman Brac between the hours of 8 p.m. and 5 a.m. nightly, Monday to Sunday. Of course, you know you can exercise up to an hour and a half between 5:15 a.m. and 7 p.m. That's Monday to Saturday. Of course, no exercise is permitted on Sunday during the period of hard lockdown. This relates to Grand Cayman only, as these restrictions have been lifted on the sister islands. A full 24-hour hard curfew as it relates to beach access to public beaches on Grand Cayman, also remains in place until the 15th of May. 5 a.m. This means that no persons from the public should be on the beach at all, walking, swimming, snorkeling, fishing, or engaging in any kind of marine activity. Of course, as you heard earlier, that may be changed in the coming days. The Commissioner is also reminding the public that the breach of these curfews could result in you having to pay a fine of up to $3,000 or imprisonment of 1 year or both. A reminder to go online to gov.ky where you can view the dashboard with the latest coronavirus figures. Also for the FAQ section for answers to your most concerning and pressing questions. We'd like to thank you, the public, as well as our panel for being here with us again today. And of course, we invite you to join us back here again on Friday. For those of you watching via television, we'll leave you now with a look at today's regional and world statistics.